Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. As we begin our program today, please join me in a round of applause for Rick Pedro on the keyboard. The 103rd National Convention will come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as the color guard of the American Legion Newport Harbor Post 291 in Newport Beach, California, presents the colors and then remain standing while rendering a salute for the singing of the national anthem by real military U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Van Morris. Wait, Van.
Hold on. Our word. March.
And salute.
Ready. Face. Post. Colors. Place. Colors. Ready, set. Arms.
Good morning, everyone. If you could, for a moment, drop your salutes for 1 second. For 1 second, per the commander. Hear me from my heart this morning. Today, in our nation, it appears that our country has adopted a mindset whereby one person comes on stage and sings the national anthem while everyone in the audience remains silent. Now, this is no reflection on anyone that has sung our beautiful national anthem. This is about you and me, we the people. Nationwide and for decades, we have remained silent during the one time we need to be the loudest. So I ask you all this morning, will you sing loud and proud the national anthem with me today? I can't hear you. All right, so let's clear those vocal cords and let's raise the roof in this place today. Elton's hoot, hand salute. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present the United States of America's national anthem, sung by the American Legion. 1, 2, sing. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free?
Color guard. Ready. 2.
Order. Arms.
Assemble. March.
Color Guard, you may retire. Thank you very much. If everyone please uncover. For the invocation, I call on National Chaplain, Pastor Stan of the Department of Colorado.
Has God been good to you?
Yes.
I didn't hear that. Has God been good to you?
Yes.
That's better. I pray that He'll continue to be good to you and watch over you during this convention. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather for this opening session of the American Legion 103rd Convention, we thank you for watching over all of our national officers as they did their duties this past year. We especially thank you for watching over our national commander, Paul Dillard. We know that his plate was overflowing at many times, but because you were there to guide him, he was able to complete the task that was in front of him. Thank you for giving all of our national officers the guidance, comfort, and strength that they needed. And we thank you for our national commander so that he was able to do what he needed to do with your guidance. Thank you for watching over all of our all of our leaders in the American Legion, department, post, and district. We just pray, dear Heavenly Father, that the work that we did will be of benefit to all veterans and their families. And we pray that you had open arms for the men in Legion members who had gone home to be with you. Comfort them all, for they did their job and they did it well. And we ask that you put your healing hands of the many that are ill and need your healing. Comfort them, but most importantly, allow them to be able to feel your presence, for this is really what they need, your embrace. And now I leave you with my last 3 words. Go to church. And all God's children said,
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Stan. Remain uncovered as National Sergeant Arms Michael Griffith of Texas leads us Pledge Allegiance.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we pause to remember those who are listed as prisoners of war are missing in action from wars in which we have been engaged. We in the American Legion will never forget them. We will not ease the pressure on our government to do the right thing and continue to work for an accounting of all those missing. I now call on the Chairman of the National Security Commission, Steve Brennan of Maryland, and Vice Chairman Kenneth Trumbo of Illinois to place the POW MIA flag on the empty chair. Legionnaires, please join me and cover as we reaffirm our commitment to the principles and ideas of which our American Legion was founded by reciting the preamble to the Constitution. For God and country, self together, for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism, to preserve the memories and incidents of our association in all wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the autocracy of both the classes and the masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, to consecrate, sanctify our comradeship by our devotion, mutual helpness. I ask that we all pause for a moment of reflection. Some say the Korean War is a forgotten war, but nobody could ever forget one of our past national commanders who served in it, Dominic DeFrancisco. On September the 6th, 2021, this 67-year member of Post 594 in Middletown, Pennsylvania, transferred to Post Everlasting. His legacy remains. Dominic never met a stranger and has been described as a Legionnaire's Legionnaire. Under his leadership, the American Legion membership reached 3,115,340, the third highest total in the organization history. We have never had a higher year since. He was passionate about many issues, most notably POW MIAs, and the need for a GI Bill to cover returning Gulf War veterans. His theme was success is a journey, not a destination. Nobody would argue, however, that his year was anything but a success. Let's listen to my friend Dominic in his own words.
How can I put it? I don't know, but I've been dedicated to the American Legion since I got out of the Navy. Well, no, even before that with my dad, he was dedicated to the American Legion, okay? He really had his heart into it. And he signed me up in his post. He gave me the card. He said, here's your Legion card. You're now a Legionnaire. The first year's paid. From here on out, you pay. And that's the way it was. But right from the beginning, exactly from the beginning. This is my baby. This is my baby. When Bob Spinogle gave me this one, and gave me our whole team, and it was the highest membership since 1946. We broke all the records, man. We had more 100% commanders. I can't remember how many of them become national commanders out of my group. I must have done something right. I might have been 8 or 9 years old. I went to Mass this one morning, and there was a facade there with a flag over it. And that just stuck in my head. And after Mass, I said to the sister, I said, what is that thing? I never seen something like that. She said, that's for Bill Macri. Well, Bill Macri was not my uncle, but he was my uncle. And at that day in that church, I said, someday I'm going to find out where he died. And I think some of my career in the Legion came with the idea of my going to New Guinea to see where he died. And we got up to Boona, and that's where he got killed, right there in the field. And I was in the field where this battle took place. We put our memorial up there, and it was heart-wrenching. It just, I always prayed to God I could be there. And I finally got there, thanks to the American Legion. National Commander gets all kind of gifts. I told him up front, Instead of getting me them gifts, give me that money. I want money. They said, what the hell you want with money? I said, I want money donated to the Korean War Veterans Memorial instead of all those gifts that I'm never going to use. You look back through history. What was it? It was the American Legion with the GI Bill. It was the American Legion with Agent Orange. When a veteran was in trouble, I don't care who or what or when, it was the American Legion that's standing up there and saying, hey, we owe this guy some compensation. We owe this guy some protection, some health care, some this, some that, whatever. And in turn, his widow and his child. The American Legion is there for the kids when they're growing up. The American Legion is there for family, for helping people, for this, for that, for everything. They're there at the burial of that veteran. They're there at the memorial of that veteran. The American Legion is there. Nobody could replace what they do and how they do. When you dedicate your life to a belief, to a way of life, and you raise your family in that belief and way of life, what can you say? It's there, it's life, it's us.
Please join me in a moment of silence for this dedicated and accomplished legionary. Past National Commander Dominic DeFrancisco, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead with our opening, let's hear again from Van Morris for a special tribute to the flag of our nation.
The audience, you may be seated. First of all, let me say, Commander Paul Dillard, sir, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to play a small role on this great 103rd National Convention. It's my honor to be here, sir. Thank you so much. My fellow comrades, patriots, citizens, we bring you greetings. My wife and I, my 3 sons, they're all veterans. My wife was in the Army. She served. I have a son who's serving now as a captain in the, over at Fort Bragg there. So he's Army type. I have a son that served in the United States Air Force. And I have a son who served in the United States Marine Corps. And I served in the United States Navy. And the Navy paycheck fed all of them. We bring you greetings. My wife and I, we were raised in the great state of Louisiana. Delegates from Louisiana, are you here today? All right, thank you there, Charlie, and the folks over there. But we retired in the great state of Florida. Florida, are you in the house? All right, thank you, Jerry. Appreciate that, and your team. My friends, we've just heard a video, saw a video, and my heart is overjoyed today. So he said something, well, the commander said, that his motto was, life isn't a destination, it's a journey along the way. And that is what I want to tell you now. I'm about to recite a poem to you. The poem is a story about, or the personification of the United States flag, also known as the Star-Spangled Banner, also known abroad as the Beacon of Hope, and known here local as Old Glory. And what it symbolizes is your sacrificial love. It is a conduit that connects the service member to the Constitution. That beacon of hope is what everything is about. So when I recite this poem, I want you to know I never use the phrase sacrificial love. It is implicit throughout the poem. So I'm speaking to you, personifying the flag. So the flag is speaking to you and thanking you for your sacrificial love. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, let us begin. The Old Glory presentation that you are about to witness is a time-honored tradition that symbolizes our service members, our veterans, and first responders rise through the ranks. But most importantly, it represents their love for a nation that they so proudly serve. Now, if I could get all of you to use your imagination just for a moment, imagine our flag having a personality. What would that be like?
Done.
Now imagine our flag having a voice. What exactly would it say to its outstanding service members, its veterans, its first responders? What would it say to you? Well, I would like to draw your attention to a fact. The fact of the matter is, the United States flag is the most recognized symbol in the world for peace and freedom. And my friends, when it comes to freedom, well, freedom is not free. It comes with a price paid for by our prisoners of war, by our missing in action. We have over 80,000 missing in action personnel right now and today, and by our veterans who have accumulated countless injuries, and by our outstanding service members who are serving around the globe protecting our families. So let there be no doubt that I believe that if our flag could speak, it would say, I am the flag of the United States of America, but you can call me Old Glory. I fly atop the world's tallest buildings, and I stand watch in America's halls of justice. I fly majestically across the great institutions of learning, and I stand guard with the greatest military power in the world. Look up and see me. I stand for peace, honor, truth, and justice. I stand for freedom. I am confident, I am brave, I am proud, and I am ready. When I am flown with my fellow banners, my head is held a little higher, and my colors are a little truer. Except for my God, I bow to no one, and I am recognized all over the world. I am sovereign, I am saluted, I am respected, I am honored, I am loved, and yet I am feared. I have fought in every battle of every war for more than 200 years. Some of these battles include Gettysburg, Shiloh, Appomattox, San Juan Hill, the trenches of France, the Aragon Forest, Anzio, Rome, the beaches of Normandy, Guam, Okinawa, Korea, Quezon, Saigon, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, and Syria, and scores of other places long forgotten by all, except those that were there with me. I know because I was there. I led my special operations forces in the quiet of the night and at the tip of the spear. I saw them fight fearlessly around the globe every day of the year. I watched over them even during the casualties of Desert One, and they still loved me. Now they're the fighting forces that you cannot see. I was on a small hill called Iwo Jima. I was dirty, battle-worn, tired, but my soldiers and sailors and airmen, my Coast Guardsmen, my Marines, they all cheered me, and I was so very proud. I was at Ground Zero in New York City on September the 11th as cowardly fanatics attacked America. But I was raised from the ashes of once proud buildings by brave firefighters. These were heroes who risked their lives to save others, showing all that America, although bloody, will never be beaten, because those who would destroy me cannot win. For I am the symbol of freedom, of one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have been soiled, burned, torn, and trampled on in the defense of my own country. And when it is done by those whom I have served with in battle, it hurts. Hear me today when I say, I will overcome because I am strong. I have slipped the surely bonds of earth, and from my vantage point on the moon, I stand watch over the uncharted new frontiers of space, and I have been that silent witness to all of America's finest hours. But my finest hour comes when my stripes are torn into strips to be used as bandages to cover the wounds of my fellow comrades on the field of battle. Also when I fly at half-mast to honor my soldiers and my sailors, my airmen, my Coast Guardsmen, my Marines, and my Space Force guardians. But most importantly, when I'm placed into the trembling arms of a grieving mother at the gravesite of her fallen son or her fallen daughter, I am so very proud. My name is Old Glory. Long may I wave, dear God. Long may I wave. Thank you.
Van, that was amazing. Thank you. I would like for you to join your beautiful wife, Rita, and my Sergeant at Arms escort y'all on the podium. Maybe we need to get Van to go up to D.C. and let the congressman hear that. Maybe we could get Old Glory protected. First of all, I want to introduce you to our newest American Legion member, Rita Morris, Army. And we will have their 3 children members by the end of September. I'll give you a deadline.
Yes, sir.
And then her father was a Vietnam veteran, and we will check to see if he's eligible.
He is.
Oh, so is he a member?
He's a member.
Oh, he's a member in Louisiana?
In Louisiana.
In Louisiana. So, but I have a little presentation to give each of y'all.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, this is a diamond lapel tag
Thank you, sir.
to you too. And we're going to stand over and take a picture in a minute.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show y'all one of these, and then we'll look at the rest of it.
Oh my goodness.
But this is,
wow.
and on the back is our 4 pillars,
Beautiful.
and it's got somebody's name and date on there.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And so if you will hold these open when we get over and take a picture,
Absolutely.
they got a witness that I give these away. So come right over here,
Yes, sir.
and the rose will be in the middle of the thorn. One more time. Give Van applause. Folks, if that can't get your blood boiling this morning, we might as well go home. That was great. Our Master of Ceremonies for the 2022 National Convention is an inspirational hero. This Marine Corps veteran received a Purple Heart after he was severely wounded in action by an IED while serving in Afghanistan. The blast resulted in an amputation of both legs above the knee. Since recovering from the traumatic experience, he has made it his life mission to support and help change the narrative of the wounded veteran. A Paralympic bronze medalist on his journey, he has found a way to continue to serve through raising awareness for wounded veterans. In 2017, he made headlines when he completed 31 consecutive marathons in 31 days while raising money for veterans. He is a member of Post 295, Middleburg, Virginia. Please give a warm welcome to Rob Jones.
Thank you very much. Let me hear my Marines, please. I was afraid some of you might still be at PT. On July 22nd of 2010, in the sweltering hot desert of Sangin, Afghanistan, sleeping on the ground, covered in dirt, bug bites, and eating MREs for every meal, I was the happiest and most fulfilled I'd ever been in my entire life. When I joined the Marine Corps in 2006, I was a failing college student. I was lonely, I was isolated, directionless. I had no path for my life. But by that morning in July, all of that had changed. I was a part of the world's greatest brotherhood. Let me hear my Marines one more time. I was with a squad of Marines that were all willing to die for each other in an instant. I had found courage by volunteering to go to war, and I was living a life of selflessness by taking on one of the most dangerous jobs in the war on terror, finding IEDs. I finally had a path for my life. But with one single step along that path, all of that was changed. And as my fellow Marines loaded me up onto a stretcher and carried me to a helicopter, even though I was in shock and pumped full of morphine, somehow I knew that the Marines that supplied my brotherhood and the mission that supplied my courage and my selflessness were gone now. And I was going back home alone again, except this time I was physically broken. My path was gone. And I was forced in an instant to start all over again and try and find a new path, starting over from scratch. And that journey began with a year and a half at Walter Reed, where I learned and gathered up all the tools that I thought I could use or I thought I might need, learning how to walk, of course, first, then how to run, then how to ride a bike, and how to row and lift weights, among a lot of different skills and sports. And finally, in December of 2011, it came time for me to retire and officially say goodbye to that Marine Corps path that I had been on and go try something new. And in 2012, like you heard, I won a bronze medal in the Paralympics. But not only that, when I was in London, I met a beautiful girl named Pam who became my wife. But not only did I get, thank you. But not only did I get the medal and get the girl there, but I learned a lot of lessons. And even though I got both those things, I knew deep down that rowing wasn't going to be the activity that brought me back to that path. The whole time I did rowing, I struggled with finding the overall purpose, the greater meaning in it, besides just winning a race every year and seeking glory mostly for myself. So I turned to my bike, and I rode it across the country in 2013 and 14, 5,200 miles, 181 days diagonally across the country. But at the end of that epic journey, I still didn't feel like I had found my path again. And this time, I was kind of at a loss. I didn't know why something like that didn't feel like it fulfilled me. And I didn't know what to do. So I figured, stick with what you're good at. I tried to make the Paralympics again in 2016, except this time in the sport of triathlon. And that particular endeavor ended in absolute failure because I spent the better part of 2 years training, and I didn't even come remotely close to winning a race, let alone making it to the Paralympics and getting a medal. But there were two bright spots during that time period. The first one was that because I was training in triathlon, I had to train my running. And by doing that, I rediscovered this natural talent, this passion that I had for running. I was able to get my 5K time down to 18 minutes flat, which the Marines in here will recognize that maxes out the PFT. And because I rediscovered that passion, that talent, I ended up running the Marine Corps Marathon for fun, and I loved it. I loved how at the end of the race, I felt like if I moved a single muscle, my entire body would lock up and I would die. That's what I liked about it. And I was thinking about these two bright spots as I kind of gloomily rode around on my bike in my neighborhood in Salt Lake City. Just thinking about those bright spots and thinking about what to do next when I had this epiphany that sent me sprinting back home as fast as I could go. And when I got home, I went downstairs and I sat on my couch and I called Pam on Skype because she was still living in England. And before she really even had a chance to answer, I said, what if I ran 31 marathons in 31 days in 31 different cities? What about that? And I poked at her like that. And she processed that for a second and she said, well, I think you can do it, but I'm worried about what it's going to do to you. That sounds like a lot of impact on your body, and your body's already under enough stress as it is just from being an amputee, and your lower back and your hips. It's a lot of stress on it as it is. And I'm worried that you're going to do permanent damage to your body, and I honestly want you to be able to play with our kids in 5 years, which was kind of presumptuous because we were still only dating at the time. But I was a man on a mission, so I ignored that comment for the time being, and I charged forward and I said, you know what, you're right. It is a lot of impact, and there is that possibility that I could do permanent damage to my body. But I finally figured out why the bike ride didn't fulfill me, why it didn't feel fulfilling. It's because with the bike ride, the main purpose behind it was to push myself, to see what I could do, to see what I was capable of. It was still mostly about me. And this time, I'm going to be doing this for a purpose that is bigger than myself. I'm going to be doing this in order to create a story about a veteran that went overseas and experienced this trauma and came back and thrived from it and became stronger from it instead of being destroyed by it. And then I'm going to use that story to help a lot of people, civilians, veterans, everybody. And after she heard that, she said, all right, but you have to let me help you. And when she said that, I felt like Rocky in Rocky II. And spoiler alert if anybody hasn't seen Rocky II yet, but when Adrian wakes up out of her coma and Rocky goes, I don't have to fight Apollo Creed if you don't want me to. And what does Adrian say to him? All she says is win. And you see Rocky just get filled up with all this energy, and you see the eye of the tiger go right into his eyeballs. And that's how I felt. And I took my cycling legs off, and I went and put my running legs on, and I went for a run right away. And just like Rocky, my training began in that moment. I spent the next 18 months, all I did was train and eat and sleep and plan for 18 months. Got myself ready physically, got myself ready mentally, got myself ready logistically for this challenge. Until finally, October 11th of 2017, I was in London where I was going to be running my first marathon the next day. And I was in this hotel overlooking Hyde Park, which is kind of like Central Park in London. And I was overlooking this park and thinking about it, and I received a call from a journalist, my last interview before starting the next day. And he went through his kind of standard questions about the logistics and everything, and finally he said, okay, be honest with me. Can you do this? And I said, look, man, I don't know. I don't know if I can do this. There's a lot of leaps of faith I'm going to have to take with my body. I could get out there tomorrow morning. I could fall and break my arm, and it's over day one. There's a lot of leaps of faith I'm going to take with the logistics of this thing. I could get down there tomorrow, run the marathon, and then my flight could get canceled. I could miss the day tomorrow, and I could be over day one. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can do this. But there's one thing that I do know, and that is the terrorist that put that landmine in the ground, that severed my legs, he wants me to be too scared to even try. Because his goal, it wasn't just to kill me on the battlefield. It was to kill my spirit when I got back home. And he wanted my fellow Marines, my fellow veterans to see my spirit get crushed. And he wanted everybody in America to see our spirits get crushed. And he wanted that to feed out into our society, into our civilization, into our culture. That's what he was trying to do. And yeah, he failed to kill me on the battlefield. But every single day that goes by, he has another chance to kill my spirit back home And the only way that I know that I can continue to win is to go out there tomorrow and run a marathon. Thank you. And so the next day I went out and I ran loops around Hyde Park until I reached 26.2 miles. We got a ride from Pam's parents to Heathrow Airport. We flew from Heathrow Airport to JFK, where we met my mom, who was coming along as my massage therapist. We got a ride to a nearby rest stop where we met the RV that we were driving around. And we met our driver. We drove that RV down to Philadelphia. The next day we ran a marathon in Philadelphia. And then we drove back up to New York and ran a marathon in New York. And it was after the marathon in New York that I started to feel the effects of the marathon. My back was sore. My hips were sore. The insides of my elbows were sore. Everything sore. My earlobes were sore. And not only that, I was getting these abrasions on the inside of my right thigh. From every time I took a step, my socket moved just a little bit, and it started to rub the skin off on the inside of my thigh. And I knew that if any of that stuff got worse, I wouldn't be able to even put my leg on, let alone take a step or run a marathon. Especially my earlobes. I really rely on them for my running. But I took it a day at a time. I slowed down a little bit. I took longer breaks. I gooped on all this chamois cream on the inside of my thigh, and I took it a day at a time, and I ran in Boston, I ran in Toronto, and then I ran in Detroit. And it was after Detroit that something really unexpected happened. I looked at my watch when I finished the marathon, and Pam said, "How long did it take you to run that marathon?" And I said, "Well, it took me 3 hours and 59 minutes, which was actually 3 minutes faster than my marathon in London." And I realized I'm adapting to running. I've ran 6 marathons and I'm getting faster. I'm actually adapting to this challenge. I'm getting stronger. And I kept getting faster all the way to Chicago, my 10th marathon. And I felt great all the way out to Seattle, and then all the way down to LA, and all the way around to Nashville. Anybody here from Nashville? Tennessee? All right. Well, in Nashville, it had been raining a lot the night before. There was a deluge that came through. And on my first loop of the day, my first mile of my first loop of the day, I was running across this wooden bridge, and I slipped on this wooden bridge. And I fell hard on my butt. And I stood up, and I said something like, "Who put that there?" I said something really funny. And after we all laughed for a while, I got back up, and I finished that marathon feeling good. I felt fine, but the next morning I woke up in Atlanta, and when I went to sit up, it felt like somebody had stabbed an entire bayonet into my spine. And I laid back down, and it kind of took my breath away. And I sat there wondering how I was going to run 104 more miles in 4 days with a back injury. And I started thinking about that original conversation I had with Pam where she said, "I'm afraid you're going to do permanent damage, and I want you to be able to play with our kids in 5 years." We were married at this point. And I didn't know what to do. But I was due out in 45 minutes. So I sat up, I put my legs on, I ate my daily breakfast of a bag of pork rinds. And I walked out of the RV. And when I opened the door to the RV and I came down the stairs, there were 75 people all standing out in front of the RV, waiting for me to come out. And they all started clapping their hands and cheering. And I got down there, and this mom came up to me and she said, "I just want to thank you for doing what you're doing, because my son, he's been following you this whole time, and he begged me to take him out of school today so he could run with you, and he's going to run your first mile with you." And then a Marine that I'd never met before came up to me and he said, "Brother, thank you for doing this and showing everybody what veterans and Marines are all about." It was after I had those conversations that I realized I was just going to have to take the risk. I was going to have to take the risk that I was going to do permanent damage. I was going to have to take the risk that I wasn't going to be able to play with my kids in 5 years the way that I would want to. And I was simply going to have to endure this shooting pain that went up my back every time I landed on my right foot. And I was going to have to do that about 100,000 more times. So that's how many more right foots I had to take. And I was going to have to do 100,000 on the left foot too, and those didn't feel so good either. And I did that in Atlanta, and then in Charlotte, and then in Baltimore, and then in Washington, D.C., running around all the war memorials on Veterans Day. And people, that day, people from throughout my life were there. My grandma was there, my parents, my family, my friends, brothers that I served with in Afghanistan. My nurse was there, my prosthetist, my physical therapists were there. And the last few steps I took across the finish line on that day coincided perfectly with the last few steps I needed to take to get back onto that path that I've been seeking since I stepped on the IED. And you'll be happy to know I do have a son now, and I can play with him just fine. So if there's one thing that I can say that, if I could sum it up in one sentence, that pushed me, that drove me forward to keep pushing myself more and more and more, I would do that by referencing one of my favorite phrases of the Marine Corps, one of the most famous that we have: once a Marine, always a Marine. And when I first heard that, I was in boot camp. I was 20 years old. And I thought what it meant at the time was, when I earned that Eagle, Globe, and Anchor, when I earned the title Marine at the end of the Crucible in boot camp, I get to call myself a Marine for the rest of my life. Nobody can take that away from me. And that's true. That's a fact. But as I got older and as I had more experiences, I realized that that young kid only had a cursory understanding of what that phrase really meant. Because along with the honor of the title, Marine, comes the responsibility of the title, to act like a Marine for the rest of your life, to never stop fighting for your country and for your fellow veterans, your fellow Marines. And yeah, when I stepped on that IED, I wasn't able to do that in the way that I originally intended, by going into direct combat against America's enemies. But the circumstances that were created by that IED that made it so I wasn't really able to, I was no longer suited to go into combat, made me perfectly suited for the fight that happens back home. Because the fight doesn't end on the battlefield. There's a whole new fight back home that we all have to fight for each other, and so that's where I fight now. And I'm honored to be here with you because everybody in this room, that's why the American Legion exists. Everybody in this room has that attitude, has that mentality that we're not going to be done serving until 6 of our fellow service members lower us into the ground in a pine wood box. So, I'll just close. I get thanked for my service all the time, so I'd like to thank everybody in this room for your service in the military, and for what you do now, and for showing young guys like me a path forward, and showing today's youth, too, a way that they can serve their communities. So I'm honored to be here with you. Thank you all, and Semper Fidelis to all of you.
The 2021 American Legion Baseball All-Academic Team Captain hails from Jacksonville, Florida, where he played for American Legion Post 283. Dylan Owens graduated from Inglewood High School with a GPA exceeding 4.0. He is a member of the Trinity Baptist College baseball team and belonged to the National Honor Society while in high school. His goal is to be a Major League Baseball player. Please show your appreciation for Dylan Owens.
How are y'all doing today? So real quick, I gotta give a special shout out to Florida, because I'm from Florida. So Florida, how are y'all doing? So I wanna start off by saying just thank you to everybody in this room for your service and for everything that you continue to do for this country. We just really appreciate everything that you have done and continue to give for us. It's been an honor to be here this week and to just speak to every single one of you every time I get a chance. It's taught me a lot just about life and just lessons that y'all have said. Lessons and things that y'all taught me. I started playing American Legion when I was 15 years old, but I've been around American Legion pretty much my whole life. I've been in a military family with my grandfather and my uncle, and many of my friends have gone into the service as well. I've made a lot of great memories playing for the American Legion, and I made a lot of great friends as well. I want to give a thank you to my coaches, Coach Terry Phillips and Coach Tom Langford, for shaping me into the person that I am today. They're the reason that I started playing outfield and that I'm able to go to college and start on my college team. I want to give a thank you to Post 88 and Post 283 from Jacksonville, Florida for just helping me. And just also guiding me through this process as well. Another big thank you I want to give is to my mom, Donna, who's here today. She shaped me into the person that I am. She's been there every step of the way, practice, games, just helping me every single step. I'm currently a junior at Trinity Baptist College, where I'm studying secondary education for history and PE. And once I graduate, I just want to be able to go into coaching and just shape young lives. I've had the privilege to actually coach for Post 88 this summer because I aged out. And we finished third in the whole state of Florida. And I just hope to continue just shaping the youth and just continue to show them what American Legion is all about, because it's a big thing and a lot of people don't know about it. So I just want to be able to show them and just teach them everything that there is to know about Legion and what y'all do for us. So I just want to end it by saying thank you again for everything.
The 2022 Eagle Scout of the Year is a member of Boy Scout Troop 88 and was nominated by American Legion Post 109 in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. He was awarded this honor for designing and constructing a D-Day memorial called Liberation Point. Because of his military commitments at the U.S. Air Force Academy, he could not be here today. Please turn your attention to the video monitors.
Good morning, honored guests of the Sons of the American Legion. My name is Christopher Adam, and I'm a 4th class cadet at the United States Air Force Academy and also a member of the Sons of the American Legion. So a little backstory about that. My grandfather served in the Air Force during Korea. Apple didn't fall too far from the tree. Look where I am now. So anyways, I'm very humbled and very honored to have been chosen for this year's Eagle Scout of the Year award. I'd like to very much thank the Sons of the American Legion, Woody Hogan from the Department of the American Legion of Pennsylvania, and of course Post 109 from Mechanicsburg for nominating me for this award, and all the people who helped support and guide me along the way. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank all the veterans in attendance this morning. This past summer, I really got to understand what you guys went through in your journey to, I guess, becoming veterans. So really, truly, thank you for that. So a little bit about my Eagle Scout project. I was in my 8th grade honors history class when my teacher walked in and asked how many of us knew what D-Day was. I was kind of very upset and disappointed when I realized that I was only one of 2 people, again, in an honors history class that knew about it. So that kind of sparked what my Eagle Scout project is now. So Liberation Point is a full-size permanent exhibit located at the entrance to the United States Army Heritage and Education Center in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. It was designed to educate, commemorate, and inspire young people about D-Day and about World War II, so we do not repeat the history that happened there. The project contains 2 full-size bronze statues surrounded by a granite pentagon. Each side of the pentagon represents one of the 5 beachheads in Normandy. It also contains educational boards on what took place at each beach and the different parts of the invasion as a whole. Benches and trees complete the project. Overall, my project took 2 years, 2,800 volunteer hours, and is valued at over $200,000 to complete. I would never have been able to achieve this type of project or contribute to my community without the support of many American Legions in the central Pennsylvania area. I will always be extremely grateful for all of your support. From this project, I wanted to create a Patriots Club at my high school. The club is a group of educated young Americans who got out and work in their communities to make them better and stronger. We help support the American Legion and the Sons of the American Legion by helping with the flag and wreath distributions during the Christmas, Memorial Day, and Veterans Day times. So I'd like to wrap up and quickly share a few things I've learned about leadership from working with the different American Legions. 1, commit to something and always make it your best effort. 2, nothing will be achieved unless you use these 2 letters, hard work. 3, put integrity into everything you do. And 4, lead by example. I've also figured out that it's not what you're getting, it's what you're giving that matters. Lastly, do the right thing for the right reason, surround yourself with the right people, and the right result will always come about. Thank you again for choosing me for this award, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Our next youth champion hails from Birmingham, Alabama. She explained the significance and history of executive orders during her prepared oration at the American Legion High School Oratorical Scholarship Program, a constitutional speech contest. Now a senior at Alabama School of Fine Arts, she was sponsored by American Legion Post 555 in Pelham, Alabama. Speaking to us by video is your American Legion 2022 National Oratorical Contest champion, Emma Noble.
Thank you. Now, I'm not one for speeches. See, that was funny because I won your oratorical contest. And I did write that into my speech as a joke, but when I was delivering this to the Americanism Commission this morning, I froze up after that line, so it can sometimes be true. When I was writing my speech for the oratorical contest, I debated whether or not it had been long enough since the death of President William Henry Harrison that it would be okay for me to make a joke about it. When I was writing this speech, I just knew I wanted to open with that line because, frankly, the orator in me finds it rather amusing. My name is Emma Noble, and I had the opportunity to participate in and the honor of winning the 2022 National American Legion Oratorical Contest with my speech titled "The Power of the Executive Order, Because I Said So." Thank you. Winning this contest gave me access to scholarships that has broadened my horizons in my search for affordable college options. It has also opened up other speaking opportunities. For example, I was able to give the keynote speech at the Alabama National Cemetery Memorial Day service. I was also given the opportunity to attend Alabama Girls State, to throw out the opening pitch for an American Legion Southeast tournament baseball game, and so much more. But possibly, well, almost certainly the most valuable experience I have gained from my time working with the American Legion is the connections to the individuals along the way. I would like to give special thanks to the Alabama 2nd Division Commander, Richard Castor, for coaching me, for supporting me, and for being a friend through this entire process. And also special thanks to the Post Triple Nickel in Pelham, Alabama, for being on my team since day one. And now I would like to extend my eternal gratitude to you, the members of the American Legion, for the opportunities you have presented me with. I will forever be honored and humbled by the experiences I have had working with you all. Thank you.
In competition in Colorado Springs a few weeks ago, 2 youth champions took top prize in the 31st Junior Air Rifle Championships. In the sporter category, our top competitor is a young shooter representing Nation Ford MCJRLTC rifle team in Fort Mill, South Carolina. She finished the competition with a final aggregate score of 2,293 out of a possible 2,400. Please welcome our American Legion 2022 Sporter Shooting Champion, Samantha Zermino.
When the opportunity arises, don't be afraid to go after it. This is a quote by Eddie Kenningson. And you know what? He is absolutely correct. I have been given the honor and privilege to participate in the Air Rifle National Championships from the American Legion. I'm honored to be given the title of National Champion, as well as a scholarship that will go towards my future career in cybersecurity. I would just like to thank the American Legion for giving not only me, but so many other wonderful and talented athletes the opportunity to succeed. I know this will forge us to be future great leaders of the United States of America. So thank you, American Legion. Thank you, Sons of the American Legion. And thank you, American Legion Auxiliary, and most importantly, Post 43, South Carolina American Legion Department. I would also like to thank you. I would also like to extend my gratitude to my coach, Colonel Mulcahy, and my rifle team in Nation Ford High School for giving me the skills I needed to get where I am here today. I would also like to thank my friends and family for giving me the courage I needed to chase after this opportunity, especially my mother, who's with us here today and has also been with me in Colorado Springs Air Rifle National Championships. And most of all, I would like to thank the veterans here today, for if it wasn't for your sacrifice, your honor, courage, and commitment, we wouldn't have these opportunities here in the first place. Thank you all for everything.
Our second junior shooting sports champion, Nicole Hogan, is from Montgomery, Texas. She claimed the precision title with an overall score of 2,486.8. Unfortunately, due to her academic commitments, she is unable to be with us today. But please turn your attention to the video monitors.
Hello, everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Nicole Hogan from Montgomery, Texas, and I have the honor and privilege of receiving the 2022 American Legion Junior Shooting Sports Scholarship in the Precision Rifle category. A huge thank you to my coach, Keith Pruden and Katie Post 164 for sponsoring me, which enabled me to compete at the 2022 American Legion National Championships. I am truly honored to say that I am the 2022 National Precision Champion. I may not be there in person, but I am in spirit. The reason for my absence in the video is I started my college journey on August 17th at Texas Christian University. My competitive rifle journey started when I was 13 years old with a gun safety course through my local 4-H club. 5 years later, in many competitions throughout the United States, I am proud to announce that I will be an athlete on the TCU women's rifle team. This would not have been possible without the support of my family and my coach, Keith Pruden. This scholarship has impacted me by helping offset the cost of my tuition at Texas Christian University. I cannot express my gratitude enough. In closing, I would like to thank the American Legion and the Sons of the American Legion for this generous scholarship. Thank you.
Our final youth champion was elected American Legion Boys Nation President last month in Washington. He hails from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and attends Washtenaw International Academy High School. Sponsored at Michigan Boys State by American Legion Erwin Prescorn, Post 46, he hopes to attend Howard University on an ROTC scholarship or majoring in political science. Please welcome your 2022 American Legion Boys Nation President, Tamaris Darby Jr.
Good morning, everyone. All right, now I see they sat Ohio right here in front of me. I'm from the great state of Michigan, so let me hear Michigan go blue. That's what I like to hear, that's what I like to hear. To get started into this speech, I stand before all of you humbled and grateful to represent a brotherhood of young men as the 76th American Legion Boys Nation President. I'd like to add that I was the first president from the state of Michigan since 1976. So it's been almost 50 years since a president from Michigan has seen a national convention. I want to thank my parents, Marquise and Tamara Page. I want to thank my grandparents and the entire Spiritual Resort Church and its Army. And I want to thank the Michigan Boys State and the Erwin Prescorn American Legion Post 46 for all that they have done for me thus far. At the age of 6 months, I lost my biological father to gun violence. This set me on a lifelong path to make him proud. And today, I've made him proud. The pride I've earned Thank you. The pride that I've earned from this journey is one that we all share with our parents, our mentors, and our loved ones. A pride we display every morning when we wake up, showing the world what we stand for as ambassadors of hope. This message transcends any state, person, or ideology because what we must seek is unity. We must cast aside the shackles of anger and hatred, and we must work together through collaboration and through clear minds. An unequivocal part of us that can't be damaged. And for that, we appreciate those who sacrificed for us to sit right here in this room today. This sacrifice is echoed through our veterans, who we honor in our memorials as they watch over us. And with the passing of veteran-based legislation honoring our PACT Act of 2022, I assure you that their fight was not in vain. But let us make no mistake, our work isn't done. The fight for our veterans is never over because we have only just begun. We will fight today, we will fight tomorrow, and we will fight forever for our veterans in the United States. And as a future serviceman in the United States Army, I promise that if I make it to the White House, I'm sure this is a phrase that we have all heard. The phrase, "No veteran left behind," will ring from every corner of this country. And in my closing, before I go back and I take a picture with our other wonderful, lovely youth champions, I want to thank Boys Nation Senators Evan Schatzko, Yusuf Kazim, Trex Jones, Matthew Leonard, and Xavier Washington, along with Ann Byers, Christine, and Jeff, as well as our wonderful National Commander Dillard and the entire Legion for your continued dedication to our veterans, our democracy, and our country. May God bless the American Legion, and may God bless the United States of America. It was a pleasure being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 American Legion Youth Champions.
I want to thank you very much, and I have a couple of items here I'd like to give you. First of all, Diamond Lapel Tag, American Legion.
Thank you, sir.
And second of all, put it here so it's not upside down, the American Legion medallion with the four pillars.
Thank
with
you,
the
sir.
four pillars.
Our next awards exemplify the best of military volunteerism. The American Legion Spirit of Service Awards are given to men and women on active duty for their contributions to their communities and fellow citizens above and beyond the call of duty. Assisting National Commander Dillard in presenting the awards are Lieutenant General Walter E. Pyatt and Medal of Honor recipient Robert M. Patterson. Please rise as Commander leads us in rendering appropriate honors to retired Command Sergeant Major Patterson.
And salute. 2.
first Spirit of Service Award recipient is the Better Opportunity for Single Service Members representative of the 106th Medical Detachment Veterinary Service Support Unit. She coordinated a run to raise awareness about sexual assault and gives time to community programs for children. She recently raised $500 for 2 Korean child wellness centers. Representing the United States Army, please welcome Spirit of Service Award recipient, Specialist Deanna Dixon.
Good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank the Lord, as I would not be here without him. I would like to thank the American Legion for this amazing opportunity. I am honored and humbled to be able to receive this award. I thank my leaders, Sergeant McGee, Sergeant Dyson, Sergeant Colon, and Sergeant Buchanan, for showing me what it means to be a leader, for always putting up with my endless questions, and for motivating me to be the best that I can be. As a future leader, I strive to be just as influential to my future soldiers as my leaders are to me. I've come to love the Army and all of its hurry up and wait. Therefore, I strive to be a positive impact at all times. As a future leader, I promise to be present, encouraging, and motivated. Lastly, thank you to my family, both by blood and to the one that I have chosen. They say home is where the heart is. Well, mine lies within God, my country, my family, and the Army. Huh.
Our next American Legion 2022 Spirit of Service Award recipient exemplifies the Navy's core value of commitment. A junior instructor of the quarter and a junior sailor of the quarter at the Information Warfare Training Command, Virginia Beach, she volunteered a total of 274.5 hours of community service over 1 year. Please welcome United States Navy Petty Officer Annie Holder.
Good morning. First, I want to thank God because without him, none of this is possible. Next, I want to thank the American Legion for providing us with this opportunity. I am humbly grateful for winning this award today. Not everyone go out and volunteer with the intentions of receiving an award. We do it because we truly enjoy it. And just like I love serving the best country in the world, the United States of America, I love serving my community and giving back to them. Next, I want to thank my command. They helped me with my package, and they led me to be able to be here today. And I also want to thank my family, my mom, Gwendolyn Holder, who because of her, I have such a good heart, spirit, and soul. My sister, Tanya Johnson, my brother, Jimmy Holder, and my nephew, Avion Holder, for being here today. And thank you to our veterans who paved the way for us to be able to serve our country today. Thank you all. Go Navy.
This year's American Legion Marine Corps Spirit of Service recipient volunteered time as her battalion's combined federal campaign coordinator, in addition to collecting and coordinating donations for Toys for Tots and assisting with a Master Chef event for the homeless. She has also worked tirelessly to benefit wounded warriors, the Multiple Sclerosis Foundation, Boys and Girls Club, Scouts, and the Escondido Sunrise Rotary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sergeant Christina M. Gilman, United States Marine Corps.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sergeant Gilman, and I'm stationed on Camp Pendleton, California. I want to thank the American Legion first off. I'm humbled and honored to be representing the Marine Corps as a Spirit of Service Award recipient this year. I stand here proud of my service and my volunteer work. and to be amongst a group such as yourselves who have gave so much. I would like to take the time right now, though, to reflect on my volunteer service this year. Yes, it was a lot. The most proud thing that I'm most proud of for this year alone is what I was able to do back in September, and that was to stand for honor detail. I would like to honor the following men and women who not only selflessly served, but gave their all. U.S. Marines, Staff Sergeant Hoover, Sergeant Rosario, Sergeant G, Corporal Lopez, Corporal Page, Corporal Sanchez, Lance Corporal Espinoza, Lance Corporal Schmitz, Lance Corporal McCullum, Lance Corporal Marola, Lance Corporal Macau, Navy Corpsman Sovak, and Army Staff Sergeant Noss. Last year in September, I had the distinct honor to volunteer with the funeral detail to lay our brothers and sisters to rest. The names I called gave the ultimate sacrifice on August 26 of 2021. They paid the ultimate price to defend our nation and to extend freedom beyond our shores. I cherish the legacy these warriors left behind. I want to commit my award today to them and to vow to live every day with purpose and in remembrance of those who gave some and some that gave all. I will never forget them. Never above you, never below you, always beside you, for God, country, and Corps. Semper Fidelis, and thank you.
Our next recipient embodies the volunteer spirit. A member of the Quorum New York Volunteer Fire Department, he spearheaded a Toys for Tots effort that resulted in the donation of $1,500 worth of toys. He volunteered with Save the Sound and removed abandoned lobster pots from the Long Island Sound. He also volunteered with the Quorum Civic Association and Long Island Cares. Representing the U.S. Coast Guard, please welcome Marine Science Technician 3rd Class Mason C. Couch.
Good morning. It is a privilege and an honor to be accepting this award. I have a lot of people that I would like to thank, and as my hometown back in Georgia knows, the order goes, oh, there you are. They know the order goes Jesus, your mama, and then everybody else. So I would first like to thank God for paving a path of which I could try and make a positive impact in the community. I want to thank my mother for always being supportive of my ambitions and never telling me that I couldn't accomplish anything that I set my heart on. I want to thank my grandfather that flew here and who always taught me that you can always do more, help more, and be more. My family has always been so supportive, and I thank all of them for everything that they've done for me throughout the years. I want to thank the Coast Guard for providing me the tools and opportunities to influence the community, and I plan on continuing to use those tools throughout my career. I would like to thank my command for nominating me for this award. I honestly could not thank them enough because without them, I would not be here right now. And I would also like to thank the American Legion for choosing me to be a representative of the Coast Guard in accepting this award and everything that y'all do for service members and their family. This is truly a humbling experience and one that I will always look back on as one of my fondest memories while serving. Thank you.
Currently a Human Resource Sergeant with the 211th Military Police Battalion, Massachusetts National Guard, our next award winner served as the lead coach for the Girls on the Run program, inspiring female empowerment and decision-making skills in young girls. She also stocked and maintained a community refrigerator and purchased gifts for local families during the holiday season. Representing the National Guard, please welcome Sergeant Catherine E. Schuster.
Good morning. I'd like to start off by thanking the American Legion for this award. Recognition for service coming from an organization that built itself on serving different communities is truly humbling. I would also like to thank my family who is here today. Your unwavering and endless support has allowed me to continue to serve my community and my country. Also here today are two leaders from my unit, the 211th Military Police Battalion, 1st Cohort Cadets. Major Rob Brandt, your leadership and support allows me to do my job the best that I can, knowing you always have my back, so thank you. Finally, Command Sergeant Major Michael Hickey. Your mentorship and encouragement has motivated my career, allowing me to represent the Massachusetts Army National Guard, nation's first. Here today, and to always take pride in myself, and for that, I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
Our next award winner spent 44 hours preparing 2,000 meals, gathering clothing, and building 30 bunk beds for the homeless and families in need. She organized the Laps for Charity event and raised $19,000 for the Las Vegas Speedway Children's Charity. She also helped raise $1,500 in support for airmen equality. Please give a warm round of applause to Senior Airman Ariel Miranda, U.S. Air Force.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today and receive this award. I want to thank my family and friends for their support, my leadership at Nellis Air Force Base for nominating me, and a huge thank you to American Legion for giving me this opportunity to be here. This recognition motivates me to keep excelling in my career and serving to my utmost ability. Thank you.
Our very first U.S. Space Force Spirit of Service Award goes to a gentleman who could not be with us due to military requirements. We wish to acknowledge Specialist Antonio Orris for the hundreds of hours of off-duty time that he volunteered for Operation Warm Heart, local schools, and food banks. We thank him for his service. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please show your appreciation to the 2022 American Legion Spirit of Service Award winners.
Our next speaker enlisted in the Army in 1979. Following his enlistment, he attended Lock Haven University and attained a degree in biology before being commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1987. He also holds a master's degree in military history and military science and an honorary doctorate in public service from Lock Haven. He has served in numerous leadership positions worldwide, including Iraq, Afghanistan, Bosnia, Kosovo, Korea, and Germany. He led the 2018 transition of the Coalition Joint Force Land Component Command to the Iraqi Security Forces. He is currently the Director of the Army Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Walter Pyatt.
Wow. Good morning, American Legion. Get this, they gave the general a medal. And I didn't even get shot at today, so this is pretty good. I'm not giving it back, so you know. Proud to be here this morning. I tell you, you work in the Pentagon, you sometimes forget just how great America really is. I want to thank Commander Dillard, sir. Thank you for connecting the fabric of our freedom, the American Legion. Thank you, sir. I'm honored to be here with all of you, honored to serve with the awardees that we just honored today. But I am deeply humbled deeply humbled to stand next to Command Sergeant Major Patterson. Talk about an American hero and a national treasure. As a young man, he volunteered to serve, became a paratrooper, and then they sent him to Vietnam. From the moment he landed, people were trying to kill him. And when his unit was caught in a horrific fight, firefight was high, and casualties were increasing, then Specialist Patterson did the unthinkable. Without regard to his own life, he assaulted. When everyone else is pinned down or some move away, he went forward into a very dangerous place and changed the outcome of that battle. Sir, I just want to say to you and to all our Vietnam vets here today, welcome home, and thank you for your service. I learned a long time ago that if you do what your sergeant tells you to do, you might just succeed and you might just make it out alive. So today I was an honor to follow the Command Sergeant Major on stage. I am truly inspired by the service members we saw today to receive these great awards. They did not complain, they didn't file a complaint, they didn't have a grievance, they saw a need and they filled it with themselves. And maybe they weren't under fire, but there was a need nobody else would stand up and do something about, and they did it. They made a difference in their communities, and they're inspiring the next generation to serve. America's armed forces is in good hands. I think we just saw that. It's easy to see that our military is strong. We're not strong because we got big ships and submarines you can't see and airplanes you can't find or tanks that you can't destroy. We're strong because of our people. Our people. Machines don't win wars. People do. People do incredible things well in the most difficult situations. In Afghanistan many years ago, I had the honor to serve with the 25th Infantry Division's 2nd Battalion, 27th Infantry Wolfhounds. I know there's a few of you there. There wasn't a mountain high enough we wouldn't take. But the enemy fought us. On one mission, my vehicle was totally destroyed. Miraculously, none of us were even scratched. And the enemy was proud to announce on the radios coming from Pakistan that they destroyed the enemy commander in Paktika province. We had another plan for them. We went up in the mountains where they were hiding. We took the fight to the enemy, and we were successful. Then we got another mission, another target, and the intelligence was perfect. An encampment, again, at 11,000 feet in an area the enemy thought, no way would American soldiers go. They didn't understand the Wolfhounds. We went up that mountain. We were cleared to destroy by air, but we waved it off. We wanted to capture the enemy and gain the intel and bring this fighting to an end. We got up that mountain, and even in May, it was snowing like crazy. Gave us just the cover we needed to surround the encampment and prepare for the assault. And as the security was set, a radio call came in and said we had 2 men, appeared to be guards, coming out of the encampment. And then another radio call came in, and I'll never forget the calmness of this voice of this young specialist. He said, "Sir, I don't see any weapons." And I was certain we had the enemy. We were just close to dropping bombs on them. Now I didn't know what to do. The sergeant leading this scout platoon said, "Sir, I think we can just tackle them." And on we went. Tackling these 2 individuals, we had them down in the snow. We began to restrain their hands. Went out from a tent, came a rather large and angry woman, wanting to know what we were doing with her men. We quickly learned this was not an Al-Qaeda or terrorist encampment, but a nomadic tribe that has crossed these mountains for hundreds of years. America brings lethality to wars, but we use it with surgical precision. But we also bring our values that taught that young man that not everything is the enemy. And in a second, by saying we had no weapons, He saved lives, and we learned more, and were able to deny those mountains to the enemy from that point on. I've witnessed young men do this and young women do this in combat. I also witnessed on an Easter Sunday the same regiment when I was now a brigade commander on a mission, and we were brutally attacked. And the call came in, the one you hate to hear as a commander, man down. We had one wounded minorly, one soldier killed, and one expectant. We went ahead with the evacuation, knowing for sure that this soldier was not going to make it. And we committed on that Easter Sunday that we were going to find the people responsible for that attack. I refused to go back to the base. Then I got a call from our division commander. This soldier was still alive, and we were going to get him to Germany for medical care. He lost both his legs and both his arms, and he lived. And our division commander told me that day, God has a purpose for Brandon Morocco, and he certainly does. He received transplanted arms years later. I still stay in touch with Brandon. He continues to inspire veterans every day. But ask him why he served. It was not for honor or glory or medals. There's none of that in a firefight. He did it for his fellow wolfhounds, his friends, his buddies, who knows what it's like to be happy laying in the dirt in a foreign land, as Rob told us. I was inspired to serve when I was 8 years old, growing up in a small western Pennsylvania town. I was inspired by the statues at our courthouse that had the names of the service members who served in past conflicts of our nation. I was inspired by veterans with funny-looking hats that marched in our hometown parades. I was inspired by my math teacher, although I wasn't very good at math. I was inspired by my football coach. I was inspired by my father. I enlisted at 17, and I've been a soldier my entire adult life. I've witnessed extreme acts of bravery in combat, young men and women willing to sacrifice all for a friend, willing to run through fire to save a soldier they don't even know, run through bullets to get medical attention to a wounded soldier, lying there screaming. Yet when we come home, we often bring with us invisible wounds that are not seen. Just because you redeploy does not mean you come home. We all need to be the one. Be the fellow soldiers, service members that will help those who are suffering, and even the ones we can't see, and save the lives. But it takes more than one. It requires all of us to surround each other with care and to be there and to love, not just their service, but what they stand for when they come home. All of us can do this. We can bring our service members home from conflict, because even though they're redeployed, again, they are not home. It is a tough and difficult process. They may look normal, they may act normal, but the war comes home with you, all of us. We need to be the one that brings our veterans home. Through this community, we can all be the one to look out for our fellow veterans as they deal with the invisible wounds of war that often cloud other areas of our lives. I know what it's like to run a Marine Corps marathon. I've done it 5 times. I will never snivel again after hearing Rob today. But you got to know the Marine Corps marathon is not just any marathon. 26 miles, pretty much the same in any marathon, but only the Marines would make the last 0.2 up a hill. I always have some of my favorite words for Marines as I go up that hill and try to finish that thing. But thank you, Rob, for your inspiring service. Thank you for showing us what it takes to truly come home and inspire others to serve. You all here, as veterans yourself, are uniquely positioned to recognize this strain. Furthermore, you are involved in your community and you know the resources that are needed and where they are to provide to our veterans. You all represent the positives of military service and demonstrate daily in your communities the benefits of cohesiveness, loyalty, leadership, selfless service that can inspire our youth today to want to serve in the military. and we are taking applications in the United States Army. Recruiting has been low this year, but we just initiated a future soldier preparatory course at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. For some soldiers who may be challenged academically or physically, we give you an opportunity to rise up and meet the tough standards of our military demands. We are seeing great results, and we are taking all who want to serve something greater than themselves. Being here is a strong reminder why service is necessary and why we should never forget those who serve, and why we all need to be the one to help when others are in need. I am honored to stand with these brave men and women. I am humbled, again, to stand next to Sergeant Major Patterson, and proud to stand with all of you. Let us all commit today to be the one. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
You're in the greatest country, you live in the greatest country in the world. You're free to come and go as you please. Nobody questions you. You can be anything you want to be, regardless of what it is. But in the process of receiving all these wonderful gifts, you owe something back. You don't necessarily have to go into the military, even though I encourage it. Military is a great learning experience, particularly for a kid coming out of high school. Just to teach you how to come to work on time and work while you're at work. Plus it pays you while you're there, and then it educates you when you get out. But there's always something that's, nothing's free, everything costs something. Mm-hmm. And approach it that way and just be yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the proper salute to Robert M. Patterson. A member of American Legion Post 30 in Lincolnton, North Carolina, our next speaker earned the Medal of Honor for his amazing bravery and valor during a 1968 firefight near Le Choux, Vietnam. A specialist force at the time, he advanced under a hail of enemy fire as the leading squad from his platoon was pinned down. Despite the extreme danger, he single-handedly used his rifle and grenades to destroy 5 enemy bunkers, kill 8 enemy soldiers, and capture 7 weapons. Following his action, he would be promoted to sergeant and eventually served in the Gulf War and retired from the Army as a command sergeant major. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a true American hero, Robert M. Patterson.
Sir, my first assignment as a command sergeant major was sergeant major of the 1st 27th Infantry Wolfhounds. Yeah, we had a mascot named Kolchak. It's a Russian wolfhound. When I left, he had a body count of 32. In the Army, we have a saying. If you give a sergeant major a microphone and a captive audience, he'll talk for 3 hours. I am a sergeant major. I have a microphone. In fact, I got 2 of them. And you ain't going nowhere. But for your sake, my wife told me, keep it simple, stupid. So, I am the Army's proverbial one. She ticked me off on Sunday night. I showed her butt Monday morning. I dropped out of high school in 12th grade and joined the Army. Really showed her. Got my first Article 15 in basic training. From a full bird colonel. I didn't want them juniors. Got my second one in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And that lieutenant told me I couldn't bring my car on post till I put mufflers on it. Ain't no lieutenant gonna tell me I can't drive my car. Article 15. I got my third one in Vietnam from a gentleman named Julius Beckton. Julius grew up to become the first black 3-star general in the United States Army. And the whole time he was giving me that Article 15, he was laughing. And I had figured out by then, keep your mouth shut. But I was wondering, what the heck does he find so funny? Ran into him years later in a parade in Austin, and I looked at him and I said, sir, can I ask you a question? He said, sure. I says, what did you find, and when you gave me that Article 15, what did you find so funny? And he started laughing. I said, that's what I mean. What was so funny? And he looked at me and said, Sergeant Major, I'm the only commander that can say he recommended a person for a Medal of Honor in the morning and gave him an Article 15 in the afternoon. My first one was for being 2 hours late coming back from a weekend pass. When that colonel got through with me, I was never late again in my 26 years in the Army. My second one was for disobeying an order. My third one should have been a court-martial, sleeping on guard duty. I have enjoyed my time in the military, especially with the soldiers, and I do miss them quite a bit. I did, when I retired from the military, I went to work for the Department of Veterans Affairs, giving away their money. I was good at that one, too. So helping the soldiers, and actually I still work every once in a while to help someone down in, I live in Pensacola, Florida, or outside of Pensacola. I live in Pace. Go find it. It's like my hometown where I was born, Carpenter. You know the old saying, if you blink, you miss it? Think about blinking, you already missed. That's the size of Pace. So I do still work with some veterans every once in a while. I got a gentleman now from Crestview that I'm working with him, and I really don't understand what the VA is doing. But I'll figure it out. I'll get them. God, I miss my soldiers, though. The best job you can have in the Army is as a first sergeant. The worst job you can have in the Army is a command sergeant major, because you lose all contact with the soldiers, and that's the most important thing out there. I am thrilled to be here with you. And somebody was talking about leadership. And I'm a firm believer that there's no such thing as a natural born leader. Leaders are developed. By the way, what I was going to really talk about today, I'm going to talk about even though I was told not to. I don't pay attention very well. Our country's in trouble. I could honestly look at Washington, D.C., the way the politicians and all were talking when the Gulf War, or when we started moving into Afghanistan. And I knew right then they were going to do the same thing that they did to the Vietnam veterans. They were going to turn their backs on them. And sure enough, they did. We need to get them out, send them back, and put them in a soup line somewhere. We need leaders that are going to be leaders, not mouthpieces. Yeah, I was a cavalry scout, and my most valued asset that I had was my integrity. And if we can't find some people with integrity to put in Washington, D.C. that's going to do what they say, regardless of what the results are, then we're going to lose our country. I don't want to. I don't want to pick up a gun again, but that's okay. I got a few, and I'm willing to pick them up. I got baby. Everybody's got something to reach out and touch you. Baby reach out and slap the living crap out of you. And I'll pick her up. But we need to seriously look at who is running for office and find out, computers are great. Even though I'm an idiot when it comes to a computer, they're great. You can find out anything you want to about a person on a computer. So we need to get on the computer, find out who that person is, what do they represent, what do they stand for? And if they don't stand for the United States of America, don't put them up there. And I guess I'll shut up with that one. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Robert, don't leave yet. I know that you're already a member of the American Legion, but I have a diamond lapel pin I'll present you over here, and I'd like to give you. I know that I speak from this entire delegation in saying we are proud to serve with you in the American Legion. Our next guest focuses on the needs of caregivers, especially those who assist military veterans. Elected as the president of the nation's largest veterans auxiliary, she is eligible for membership through the service of her father, Korean War-era Army veteran William Kalin, Jr. She has served at every level of her organization and is a member of Latona Unit 203 in the Department of Kentucky. She has a bachelor's degree in information technology from Northern Kentucky University and retired from a successful 30-year career from a Fortune 500 company. Please welcome American Legion Auxiliary President Kathy Dodestal.
everybody. Good morning. Thank you. But that was kind of weak. I want the auxiliary to hear you say good morning. Much better. Thank you so much for allowing me to come over here and speak with you. My vice president thanks you too, because she's over there handling Constitution and bylaw amendments. I just want to thank you again for everything that you all have done this year and in the past. Thank you for your service. You're incredible, amazing people, and your time and commitment is so much appreciated. I also want to thank you for electing one of the finest commanders I've ever had the pleasure of serving with. It's been a true pleasure to work with him. As you know, every year, the national president comes over and says that, our national commander is the best in the world. We just have to say it because it's true, right? I love all of you past national commanders, but I didn't get to serve with you, so he is mine. Thank you again. I'm not going to stay here very long because really I did leave my vice president in a sticky spot, so I'm going to run back over. But before I go, I have a little gift for Paul. Commander Dillard, if you'll come up. That's for the next one.
You mean I really got some?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah. Anyhow, I just want to present this to you. You don't have to open it right now because I know you guys are on a crush time limit too, and this is for Donna. But I wanted to make sure that you knew you got it, and you guys are all my proof.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
As a member of Squadron 521 in Rio Linda, California, our next guest has been a member of the Sons of the American Legion since the day he was born. That's not surprising since his father was commander of the detachment of California. They later became the first father and son combination to hold that office. Our speaker is a grandson of a World War II veteran and enjoys visiting the Veterans Home in Yountville, California. Please welcome Sons of the American Legion National Commander, Michael Fox.
Commander?
Your Madam President left that for you.
I wish y'all could see what's going on over here, but there's a snake on the podium. And that has to do with a little bit of the legacy ride, which, Commander, I was honored and privileged to be with Madam President and Commander Dillard. For the first time, all three of us were there, and it was truly an honor and a blessing. But Commander Dillard, thank you for an excellent year. Thank you for all of your support in the Sons of the American Legion. And most importantly, I thank each and every one of you for allowing me the opportunity over this past year to lead and guide the Sons of the American Legion to new heights. To touch on some of those new heights, I want to let you know what your sons have done for you this year. Right now, currently, as of August 25th, 37 of your detachments are over 100% in membership. With 20 of those detachments being over 105% in membership. Last year when I spoke, I got your permission to push forward on a special project called Flying Flags for Heroes. That special project was to honor our nation's heroes that are laid to rest, highlighting local cemeteries. The Sons of the American Legion wanted to place 1 million flags in honoring those veterans across this great country. As of yesterday, we are 164,830 flags short of reaching 2 million flags placed this year. It was truly an honor to travel myself and place flags in over 40 states across this country. As I told Commander Dillard in the beginning of the year, the Sons of the American Legion would step up for the Veterans and Children's Foundation. And as of yesterday, cash donations to VCF in the sum of $531,970. With a total volunteer value, the Sons contributing $1,414,536 to the Veterans and Children Foundation. Children and youth is always big for the Sons, and we always try to do everything we can to help support the American Legion. The total volunteer value for your sons this year was $4,394,938. For the children and youth programs that the Sons always across the board step up for, our total volunteer value, $5,975,819. Traditionally, your sons have always been the biggest supporters for the Americanism programs. From top to bottom, the Sons have always stepped up, and this year was no different. Total cash contributed to the Americanism programs for the American Legion were $2,798,475. Your sons worked over 2,271,503 hours to support those programs with a total volunteer value to Americanism, $68,161,515. And please, when you get home, thank your sons for what they did this year. Their contributions to the American Legion, their total volunteer value to all of the programs this year, $98,923,207. Your sons have been amazing. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve all of you this year. Commander, I thank you for everything, and I would like to ask you for one special thing. Being as how we were part of that leadership team, would you sign my helmet, sir? Thank you. Yes. And then you sign it. got two gifts for you. This is for Donna, not for you, so don't open this one. But this is for you, Commander.
You want me to open it now or
You
later?
can open it later.
Before we hear from our next group of speakers, with those who plan to present donation to the Legacy Fund with the American Legion Riders, please begin gathering. Go by this exit sign over here before you enter, coming behind stage, and they will line you up back there, and we will accept those. Henry Repeating Arms is a leading lever action manufacturer and one of the top 5 long gun manufacturers in the US of A. Their goal is to manufacture a line of classic, well-crafted firearms that every enthusiastic can afford. Their employees are embodied the company's motto, which is, "Made in America or not made at all." Rest assured, when you read the roll mark on the barrel of a Henry, it's going to say, "Made in the USA." Please welcome Henry's president, Andy Wickerstrom.
Good morning, American Legion. It's an honor to stand before you today. What a pleasure. To thank you to all those who have served who are serving. Thank you for your sacrifices you have made. We are forever in your debt. Henry Repeating Arms believes in the American Legion's principles and mission of strengthening America by upholding American values, fostering patriotism, giving back, honoring and enhancing the well-being of our veterans and those serving. We respect the extraordinary accomplishments of the American Legion. On behalf of the employees of Henry Repeating Arms, in celebration of our silver anniversary, in memory of those who have sacrificed their lives for our freedoms, I am proud to present the American Legion with a donation in the amount of $50,000 as part of our Guns for Great Causes program. God bless you and God bless America. And one little extra thing, Commander.
Yes. I can't fold that up right in my wallet. We're going to take a picture of that.
We also have a special presentation for the Commander. This is our Henry Golden Boy Military Service Edition.
Next, I would like to call the chairman, the American Legion Riders Committee, Mark Clark, to the podium so he can help lead the presentation of the Legacy Scholarship Fund donations. Those presenting checks will please proceed to the microphone, announce the amount and donor, and go to the front on the floor for photographs while the photographers are being taken. I ask National Vice Commander Jamie Guerra to assume the duties of the lecturer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Good morning, everyone. Give a little shout out to my home department of Missouri back there. Proud to represent Missouri today. National Commander Dillard, distinguished national officers, both past and present, our dedicated headquarters staff, guests, and fellow Legionnaires. I have the privilege and honor of serving as the national chairman of the American Legion Riders National Advisory Committee, and on behalf of our entire committee, I bring you greetings. Also, I have the distinct honor of serving as the chief road captain for the National Legacy Run, which is the largest cross-country motorcycle event of its kind. The National Legacy Run is the single largest annual media event for the American Legion family, and we like to believe that we represent the best of us to the public. The National Legacy Run also serves as the catalyst for department fundraising efforts and in-state legacy runs throughout the year. This year, we also incorporated the Be the One campaign into all of our messaging and all of our activities, because we believe if the American Legion Riders get behind a program, it will gain ground, because we're a rolling billboard for the American Legion, and we take a great deal of pride in what we do. Next year will be the 30th anniversary of the American Legion Riders, and few back then could have imagined what we would become. Today, there are approximately 135,000 American Legion Riders in more than 2,300 chapters around the world, and we take a great deal of pride in what we do. This year, we lost one of our founding fathers in Bill Polka Kalidas, but I know he was proud of us. He was proud of what his idea had become. This year's National Legacy Run traversed 7 states, covered 1,164 miles, starting at the USS Alabama Battleship Memorial Park in Mobile, Alabama, ending at Post 434 in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. We left Alabama with 281 motorcycles and 321 riders on board, and that lined up behind me. We were 3.5 miles long when we were formed up. Our daily average was 240 motorcycles with 275 riders and passengers. I get asked that question all the time, so I thought I would answer it now. For the first time in Legacy Run history, we had all 3 of our national leaders with us on the Legacy Run. We were privileged to have National Commander Paul Dillard, National Auxiliary President Kathy Dodestal, and Sons of the American Legion National Commander Michael Fox with us on this year's run, with President Dodestal and Commander Fox riding the entire route. For those of you that don't know how dedicated Kathy is, she rode a Softail with no windshield that whole route right behind me, and she was rock steady. And I mean, we rode in rain, some kind of terrible. We've given her the right name of legend because she has become a legend in our community. On this year's run, we stopped at 8 American Legion posts and 1 department headquarters, where we enjoyed breakfast and lunches sponsored by those department programs of Mississippi, Missouri, Illinois, and Wisconsin. We're also honored to have 5 riders from the Royal British Legion Riders from Great Britain join us on this year's run. And we were greeted by the Medal of Honor recipient and fellow Legion rider Gary Wetzel at Post 434 upon our arrival. We ended this year's Legacy Run with collections so far totaling $606,839.69. And that includes a check for $100,000 from Indiana Post 64, which is a record for an individual post to donate. We will now show a short video with highlights from this year's Legacy Run, and then we will accept donations from departments who wish to present their donation to National Commander Paul Dillard.
You know, these are game-changing scholarships for these kids. And just seeing everyone's motivation level and what they are doing to put together scholarships is so inspirational to me. The tone is they are so excited to be reunited with who they consider an extended family. Some people have been on this run since the first run, and they're just the patches everywhere, and everyone is happy to be here and ready to get rolling tomorrow, and I can't wait to see that unfold.
Well, it's almost like being a kid at Christmas time. I mean, you look forward to all year long coming back and assembling with people that you haven't seen in the past year. I mean, like I say, it's like a kid at Christmas. It's one of the best things there is. Well, we're starting this year at the USS Alabama, which is pretty impressive of a place to start in this beautiful hangar that we're in. And we're going to take a 5-day ride up to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and end it at the Harley-Davidson dealership, which is pretty cool. I can't think of a better thing.
You know, having looked at every single one of the applications, I can tell you we're helping to make doctors, accountants, attorneys, welders, psychiatrists, architects. Those are just some of the careers. Teachers. These kids are really going out and fulfilling their dreams, and the Legacy Run and the riders are what's making that happen. This run is everything to the scholarship. This run is the scholarship.
The skies just opened up on us. For a while there, it was really difficult to see more than 2 or 3 bikes in front of us. So it really got wet on us. Feels good now. It got a little dicey there. Looked like we were going to have a little more rain after the last stop, but we did okay, just a little bit. But we're doing good now. So we're happy to be here. Well, we're here to collect those funds for our Legacy Scholarship Foundation. This year is going to be a good year since we're taking all that money that we collect, all of it, and we're going to pass it straight through onto scholarships for these kids. It's going to be a great year for these kids. Last year we had over 200 applicants, and we couldn't fulfill all of those applications because we just didn't have enough funds. This year we're going to pass it all through, and all the kids that are eligible and able to receive the scholarship will get a scholarship fund.
It's been a beautiful ride so far. It's amazing to see how much agriculture there is and things that are making America great out there as we rode through the countryside today. It's fantastic to finally get some sunshine on us. First 2 days were, obviously no problems at all except my bike broke down, but I got it fixed and up and running again.
Heat hadn't been as bad as what we thought it would be, coming up through Alabama, through Mississippi, into Kentucky. Now here we are in Missouri. Heat hadn't been too bad, but it takes a toll when you're riding for an hour, hour and a half. So we want to make sure we get everybody hydrated and keep them safe as they go down the road. So far, it's been great. Teams working together, and that's what it's all about, is the teamwork. Each flight, each road captain, each road guard, assistant captains, all that, tail gunners, all helping to make this real easily smooth, go smooth and move forward. Yeah, so it's all about the brother and sister in arms. The whole theme would be, I would say, would be the theme of the day. Each ride, each place that we've gone to has talked about how we need to take care of each other. Yesterday when we were in Mayfield, Kentucky, taking care of our brothers and sisters in that community that was devastated by the tornado that hit at the end of last year. We've had other items that have popped up, and everybody rallies around the cause and makes great things happen.
We're usually the first ones in. We have to get the general public aware of what we're doing, that we're coming in. We don't want to inconvenience them in any way. It's all about trying to leave a positive impression about what we're doing and our mission. We try to stay a half hour, 45 minutes ahead of them. Real life, we've actually had the ride show up before we get there. And that makes it kind of frantic, but it is what it is. The number one issue is safety. We want to get the tail of the dragon off the highway. We don't want to leave nobody's left behind. And, where cars can come by and clip them when we're stopped trying to park them. It's all about speed and safety. Looking at the group here, most of us have been together a minimum of 10 years, most of us about 15. We know how each other ride. We are a family, and we only get to ride together once a year because we live all over the country. It's more of a family reunion.
Words can't explain it. You know, the cause that we support across the nation and in the individual states, it's just unbelievable. But to see a lot of the backcountry, to see a lot of places that you've never gone before, to be with your fellow, servicemen and women. I mean, words just can't explain it.
Well, this is the wife and I's fourth full ride. We've done a couple partials. The hardest thing is just getting used to the riding in a group of 18, 19, 20 people, a couple seconds ahead of you, a couple seconds behind you, watching traffic. The wife's the tour guide, so she takes all the pictures. I kind of make sure I stay on the road and keep with the traffic. And after a day or two, as your group progresses, it's like a well-oiled machine. If you're watching some of it from behind, you can see the turns, you can see the lane changes just going beautiful. It's definitely different riding in a group with, I think we started out with over 300 bikes and just keeping everything together.
The ride has been wet, wonderful, exciting, a lot of friendship, camaraderie, all very well organized. Well done.
It's been great. We got a little rain down in the first day, but we made it through that huge hurricane, but the rest of the days were beautiful. We had sunshine, blue skies, rolling fields of corn and soybeans, and the families and little kids and everybody that came out to greet us in all the towns was amazing.
Locations, they were great. I think, they were all great. The hospitality was nice. So I know they all didn't have the same financial backing, but it was all the same, exceptional.
Just wrapping it up is just enjoying being able to meet back up with the ones that you might only see once a year. Like I say, we're a big family, a big Legion family, and a big rider family.
Brothers, sisters, it's that great big family feeling that everybody's got your back, and it's just a wonderful ride.
Yeah, they're just going to come up and do their thing.
Lee Preston, Assistant Director, Department of France Legion Riders, and Department Adjutant and Rider from the Department of France Legion Riders, $1,210.
Steve Sweet, Department of Mississippi, an additional $4,330.
Larry Atkins, Vice Commander, China Post 1. On behalf of China Post 1 members of the Dragon Riders, we are proud to present $3,500.
Aloha. On behalf of the 16 American Legion Riders from Chapter 17, John R. Post John R. Rowe Post 17 from the Department of Hawaii, I'm proud to present a check to Legacy Scholarship for $1,200.
Michael Murphy, past Department Commander of Pennsylvania. On stage with me is current Commander Greg Wilhelm, National Executive Committeeman Michael Stelazio, alternate National Executive Committeeman Paul Kennedy, and Department Adjutant Woody Hogan. It is my honor as the Department Commander of Pennsylvania, past Department Commander of Pennsylvania, to present another $1,150 to the Legacy Scholarship Fund.
Good morning from the great state of Michigan. My name is Larry Money. We are the home of past National Commander Tom Cadmus and past National Adjutant Bob Spinogle. We are also the home of the ALR Post 396 of Garden City, Michigan. We've recently mourned the loss of one of our members, Bill Polka Kalendis. On behalf of Department Commander Richard DeBay, past National Vice Commander Jim Wallace, ALR Liaison of Michigan, Jim Big Daddy Wallace. Austin, Commander Wallace, will you present the check?
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate that. From the 2022 Michigan Legacy Ride, we were able to receive donations of $24,776. In addition to that, my home post, Pinckney Memorial Post 419's family donated, the SAL donated $500, the auxiliary unit $1,000, the post $4,000, the Riders Chapter 419 $5,000 for additional $10,500. With a grand total for the 2022 Legacy Ride from Michigan, $35,276.
On behalf of the American Legion Riders and the Department of West Virginia, on our second annual Legacy Run with our partners from neighboring states, we're proud to present a check for $23,178.
I'm Ron Price, Chairman for the delegation of South Carolina. With me is our Commander, Jim Jarvis, John Seamers, who was our Riders Director, and several Legion Riders with us. We are proud to present a check for $97,549.20.
From the Department of Delaware, we are contributing $13,704 to the Legacy Fund.
From the great state of Florida, Chapter 110, $2,000.
From the Tar Heel State, North Carolina, on behalf of Department Commander Mike Donnelly and Leader Riders Director Rick Land, our riders, part of the fastest growing program in the American Legion, proudly present $8,445 to the Legacy Scholarship here in Milwaukee, the home of Harley Davidson.
Commander Gene Wilson, immediate past department commander for the Department of Ohio. With me is our first vice, Jason Rue, our alternate Indian Seaman, Steve Masowitz, and Mark Mulhall. The Department of Ohio is proud to say that we raised $74,855 with an additional donation from Ohio Charities Inc. of $10,000, giving us our total of $84,855. OH!
Morning. I'm Rick Soucy from the Department of Washington. With me is our alternate national committeeman, Bob Clark. The state of Washington Department gives $3,236.
Cornell Thumper Penn, on behalf of Team Colorado and the Riders from America's Mountain, we'd like to present Commander Dillard and the Legacy Fund with a donation of $28,000.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Fisher, representing the Department of Illinois. First of all, it was truly our honor to have the Legacy Riders stop in Bloomington headquarters so we could feed them lunch and stuff. That was a great effort on our part, but we appreciate the opportunity. First of all, Department of Illinois this year, we're right at $44,000 in donations to the Legacy Fund. I just turned in a check from our Riders chapter, Naperville Post 43. We turned in a check at Bloomington for $3,000, and our post always matches that amount by 10%. So we had another $300. So again, thank you all, and for the Riders, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Hello, comrades. My name is Alfredo Gomez. I'm the Post Vice Commander for Secundino Baldonado American Legion in Belen, New Mexico. I am also the Squadron's Vice Commander and the Legion Riders Director. I was proud to escort 4 checks from our post of $500 each from my post, my auxiliary unit, my squadron, and my Legion Riders. I also brought an additional $1,000 from my Moose Lodge 1680 in Belen, New Mexico, and the Moose Riders. So thank you all again.
Good morning. I'm the past department director for New Mexico's Legion Riders. Today we turned in an additional $2,000 to go with our $10,000 previously donated. All combined from New Mexico, $15,000. I'd like to provide thanks to Post 13, 69, 49, Post 4, Chapters 2, Post 70, Unit 70, Chapters 11, 95, Post 95. Several different donations combined. It's a team effort. Thank you, everybody. Department of New Mexico.
Laney Culver, Department of Tennessee. We held our first ever Legacy Scholarship Run with a lot of work and dedication from our Riders Director, Richard Top Wright. We're proud to present $20,000 to the Legacy Scholarship Fund.
Good morning. From the Department of New Hampshire, the Live Free or Die state. The 26 members of the charter chapter of Woodsville, New Hampshire are proudly present a check for $1,500 to the Legacy Fund. Chapter 70 from Seabrook, present a check for $500. And the Chapter 23 from Milford, New Hampshire, present a check for $700 for a total of $2,700. Thank you. Right on.
From the Department of Kansas American Legion family, $24,109.04.
Cliff Barker, Department of Iowa American Legion Riders Chair. With me is Commander Randy Johnson, past Commander Bob Law, the best tail gunner ever, Sons PNC Mike Deacon, and Gold Star father Jim Carney. Sir, $4,727.20.
Good morning. On behalf of the American Legion Riders and the entire American Legion family for the Department of Missouri, we make a donation of $94,514.
Good morning from the great state, the golden state of California. On behalf of our Riders Director, Mike Smith, and our over 2,000 Legion Riders, we present a check to the Commander for $59,030.
Frank Hilliard, Delegation Chairman for the Department of Virginia. With me, Department Adjutant Dave Stein. On behalf of the American Legion Riders from the Department of Virginia, we presented a check for $83,000.
The great Department of Arkansas would like to tender $6,685 to the Legacy Run. Big Suey Razorbacks!
From the Riders of Puerto Rico, $200.
From the Department of New Jersey, where we're still getting it done for our veterans, $3,500.
From the great state of Arizona and our 66 ALR chapters and the American Legion family, an additional $8,944.
You do. I was following you around for a lot of time. On behalf of Commander Buddy Keene and ALR Director Bill Kildee and the great Department of Alabama, I present an additional post from Post 76, $300, Auxiliary 76, $200, the ALR of 76, another $500, $3,700 from Post 133, $700 from Post 99, $1,000 from ALR 99, $4,000 from the 33rd District, $300 from ALR 88 and the Department of Alabama, an additional $1,000. In addition, we were very, very proud and honored to host the launch of this year's American Legion Legacy Run from the mighty A, as she's known, the USS Alabama. Thank you.
From the Department of Maryland Legion family,
Thank you, guys. During our legacy run, the Department of Maryland donated $141,300.
Hello, Wisconsin Commander Julie Muley. With me today is Department Vice Commander Carl Stubingen. As hosts of this national convention, we are honored that the riders ended at Oak Creek, and we'd like to add an additional $1,000 to the total.
Good morning. On behalf of Team Georgia, sitting right up front here, I'm Randy Goodman, alternate National Executive Committeeman, and with me is past Department Commander Mark Shreve. We are proud to donate to the Legacy Scholarship Fund $2,500.
Good morning. From the Department of Minnesota, home of past National Commander Dan Ludwig, I'm Tom Furland, immediate past Department Commander. My wife Veronica's here. Also with us is our new commander, Jennifer Havlick, our NEC Bill Barbnick, alternate NEC Peggy Moon, American Legion Rider Director Ted Berg, and our SAL Detachment Commander Tim Weaver, and Honorary Junior President for the Auxiliary, Ashley Stye. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Jody Hassing. She's our ALR Legacy Scholarship Run Chairman for the introduction of our total.
Good morning. From the American Legion family in the state of Minnesota, we donate $155,000.
Delegate of the state of Maryland, but National Commander was walking through the convention center outside, and somebody had dropped a $20 bill. So he said, what better way to put this towards a donation for the Legacy Run? So I present this $20 bill to the Legacy Run.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And to all the riders out there, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your dedication and commitment and your leadership. We're making a difference in our world, and I'm proud to be one of the guys that gets to put on that vest and ride with you. So God bless, be safe on your way home, and maybe we'll cross each other out on the road.
Thank you. Woo! A record-setting day. Collected this morning, $717,688.67 for a total, counting what was the riders turned in, $606,839.69, because that 69 cents is all I had. The total collected, the total contributions, $1,324,528.36. Give them a hand. Oh, I messed up. Adding the $20, that was $1,324,548.36. Thank y'all very much. Since its founding in 1968 by the late Henry W. Bosworth, Jr., the Quincy Sun has been the essential source for local news in the historic Massachusetts town known as the City of Presidents. The patriotic editorial content of the weekly newspaper follows the proud legacy of native son John Adams, John Quincy Adams, and John Hancock. Its coverage of veterans, the military, and the American Legion has been top-notch and has continued over the years under the leadership of editor Robert Bosworth. The American Legion has long recognized the importance of a free press to our constitutional republic, much like our nation's founders who lived in Quincy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the American Legion 2022 Patriot Award to Quincy Sun and its editor, Robert Bosworth.
Since its founding by the late Henry W. Bosworth, Jr. in 1968, the Quincy Sun has been an essential source for local news in the historic Massachusetts town known as the City of Presidents. The patriotic editorial content of the weekly newspaper follows the proud legacies of native sons John Adams, John Quincy Adams, and John Hancock. Its coverage of veterans, the military, and the American Legion has been top-notch and has continued under the leadership of editor Robert Bosworth. The American Legion has long recognized the importance of a free press to our constitutional republic. The Quincy Sun epitomizes the values of local news in a democratic society. On behalf of the American Legion, thank you for your strong efforts in educating and informing the public. Presented this 30th day of August, 2022 at the 103rd National Convention.
Thank you, Commander Dillard. And thank you to the American Legion for honoring the Quincy Sun with the 2022 Patriot Award. Before I begin my remarks, I'd like to acknowledge some folks for making this recognition possible. First, I'd like to thank my wife, Amy, who's on our stage. Without your love and support, I would not be standing here today. Thank you to the staff at the Quincy Sun back in Quincy, Massachusetts. I could not publish the Sun without them. Thank you most sincerely to John J. Comer for nominating the Quincy Sun for the Patriot Award. I don't need to tell anyone that Jake is the heart and soul of all things Legion, and especially Veterans Affairs in Quincy. Jake and my dad were longtime friends, and Jake has been a big supporter of the Sun for many, many years. The Quincy Sun was founded in September 1968 by my father, Henry Bosworth. A proud World War II Navy veteran, Henry was a signalman on the destroyer USS Cogswell in the South Pacific. Cogswell earned 10 battle stars, was never hit by enemy fire, and was given the honor as the first American warship in Tokyo Bay for the Japanese surrender in 1945. 23 years later, after marrying my mom and starting a family, Henry realized his lifelong dream of starting a weekly newspaper in the city he was raised and educated. It was a big gamble, leaving a stable and good-paying job as a respected reporter and talented columnist for a daily newspaper in Boston. One story that Henry had written about for the Boston Herald-Traveler was about an orphaned little boy with muscular dystrophy living in a sanitarium in Lakeville, Massachusetts. All the boy, named Francis, wanted for his birthday, his 9th birthday in October 1957, was 4 or 6 birthday cards. Well, after Henry's story was printed, Francis got a lot more than 4 or 6 cards. He got hundreds of well wishes, gifts, money, birthday cards, all for Francis. The story was picked up by wire services and eventually made its way to Hollywood, where Jerry Lewis and some other celebrities put on a closed-circuit television show just for Francis. The show became the forerunner of the muscular dystrophy Jerry Lewis Labor Day telethon. Henry didn't have to start a newspaper, but Quincy, he thought, deserves its own weekly newspaper. My father's gamble, with a lot of sweat and support, paid off. For the next 40 years, the Quincy Sun was Henry's labor of love. He was a tireless worker, dedicated publisher, and devoted community leader. He was also a proud member of the Morissette American Legion Post in Quincy. And today I am a member of that Squadron 294. Henry treated all with fairness and respect. In February 2009, Henry passed away unexpectedly at the age of 84. I became the publisher and editor, and with the help of 2 of my sisters who were on the staff, we have continued our father's legacy. One of the cornerstones of the Sun's coverage has been veterans and the American Legion. Quincy is a very active city when it comes to local veterans. There are parades, memorial observances, ceremonies, and other veterans-related news stories that the Sun has covered since our beginning. So I want to acknowledge Quincy's veterans, the City of Quincy, and all the veterans groups, including the American Legion, for all they do. Veterans are an important cornerstone of the community and deserve recognition for everything they have done to defend our nation's freedom and to help build and sustain the fabric of cities and towns everywhere. I began my newspaper career in 1984 while a student at the University of New Hampshire and joined the staff full-time after earning my degree in 1987. As I think back to my career that has spanned almost 40 years, I know there is a correlation between my fondest memories in the newspaper business and the Quincy Sun's coverage of veterans. I think about taking photos at the 100th birthday party for Dan Schaefer, a local World War II Marine Corps veteran. One photo shows Mr. Schaefer standing in salute as neighbors, local firefighters and police, Boy Scouts, and others marched by his house on Veterans Day 2020 as a bagpiper played the Marines' hymn. Another photo shows Mr. Schaefer and his wife of 73 years, Evelyn, beaming from ear to ear when he was presented a patriotic birthday cake. It was one of those small-town celebrations that Norman Rockwell could have painted for the cover of the Saturday Evening Post. 5 months after that birthday celebration, Mr. Schaefer passed away. A short time later, I received a letter in the mail from Evelyn thanking the Quincy Sun for being there for Dean's birthday. She wrote in part, "Thank you again for your wonderful coverage of Dean's 100th birthday last November 11th. It was truly a celebration of life. As you know, he went home to the Lord on April 18th, but we will always remember that special day when the city showed their appreciation for his war service." I also think about the trip my wife Amy and I took in 2015 to watch a dear friend, another World War II veteran, place a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier in Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia. Bob Noble, an ex-prisoner of war, placed the wreath on April 9th, National Former POW Recognition Day, as a hushed crowd looked on, including many friends and family. At the time of the ceremony, Bob Noble was 89 years old. He had been invited to lay the wreath for his many years of service to veterans' causes and being an advocate as an ex-POW. Bob was held captive for 122 days. He nearly died from his ordeal in captivity, but always considered himself one of the lucky ones. April 9th, 2015 marked the 70th anniversary of his release as a POW. The solemn ceremony for those of us who witnessed it is something we will never forget. In front of the tomb was a 30-inch deluxe wreath adorned with red carnations, daisies, and one single rose. Bob selected a yellow rose in memory of his beloved wife and companion, Gloria Noble, who had passed away 18 months earlier. The late morning and early afternoon at Arlington had been breezeless on a gray but brightening overcast day. After placing the wreath at the tomb, a bugler sounded taps. Then a sudden but gentle gust of wind kissed the wreath. A red, white, and blue ribbon fluttered momentarily. As the wind stopped, a red carnation near the yellow rose dropped to the cement below. The beloved matriarch of the Noble family had made her presence known. "Gloria's here," Bob said later, recalling the red carnation moment. Everybody in the family said the same thing. There isn't a day that we're not still together. We're not all together still. Bob also said the wreath honor was not his alone. I was a symbol for all World War II veterans and ex-POWs. I had all my friends in mind and all POWs from all the wars on my mind when I placed the wreath and bowed to meditate before the playing of taps. Mr. Noble passed away August 7th, 2018. He was 93 years old. The Quincy Sun has been able to share the stories of Bob Noble, Dean Schaefer, and so many other veterans for more than 54 years because of one man's vision, Henry Bosworth. The paper he established was a labor of love. I'd like to think that Quincy is a better place today because of the Quincy Sun, because of our veterans, and because of Henry. He would have greatly appreciated this honor, but would have underscored the fact that none of this is possible without the support the paper has received for more than a half-century. Henry liked to say, "The Quincy sun shines in Quincy," but nobody shined brighter than Henry Bosworth. Thank you again to the American Legion for this tremendous recognition, and thank you to our veterans for everything you have done and continue to do for our country and our communities. Thank you again, most sincerely.
Wait just a minute, please. We've got a special presentation to be given to you by past National Commander Jake Comer from the state of Massachusetts. Let's go.
Henry was at the National Commander's reception last evening with us, and he was wearing a red jersey like many of us wear. And I said, "The red is pretty popular." He says, "Well, it is, but I'd wear a Suns shirt if I had one." So I got up out of the table without him even watching me. I went over to Dan Wheeler, and the way in which he does it anyway, Siri, get me the emblem sales. And he ordered a shirt and a cap and had it delivered here today. So Henry, you now have your son's cap and your son's shirt to wear at tomorrow set. And so on behalf of Jim Fratellillo, our Department Sergeant-at-Arms was here with me on the stage. And to all the members from Massachusetts, we proudly salute you. Thank you.
Today we're hiking with the kids from River Edge Nature Center School. We do these programs throughout Ozaukee County. So we're just having fun with the kids, ate lunch with the kids, and then we get to go play in the woods, climb trees, play with the other equipment that the kids brought. I think it's important. I think that's one of our goals, right, as American Legion, to help veterans and their children, right? So I think this is perfect for us to work on a project like that to make sure that those that need are taken care of. If you talk to any sheriff, most sheriffs want to be involved in their communities as well as the police chiefs. So talk to them, see what they're doing, because they want to be involved, and Legionnaires are a strong part of our community. So getting those two pieces together are strong. I mean, you also have the Law and Order Award, right? And that's another way to introduce yourself and work together, because we all want to be healthy. We all want to be healthy of mind and body.
Our Distinguished Service Medal recipient this year is a gentleman who has performed outstanding service for our nation and our American Legion. Before retiring from Congress, he was instrumental in the passage of legislation such as the Harry M. Comrie Forever GI Bill, the Mission Act, and Blue Water Navy Act. Born in Clarksville, Tennessee, he graduated from Austin Peay State University and the University of Tennessee College of Medicine. After graduating from medical school, he served in the Medical Corps of the U.S. Army and was honorably discharged as a major in 1974. He went into OBGYN practice in Johnson City, Tennessee, and delivered 5,000 babies during his 31 tenure. He is a paid-up-for-life member of Kings Mountain 24 in Johnson City. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the American Legion Distinguished Service Medal to Honorable David Philip Rowe, MD. By the way, at his retirement, there was a gentleman there that was working in Congress that he had delivered. Remember that? I do. One of the 5,000.
Commander pictures.
Oh.
We only have 2 easels
If you ever want to wear it, it's easy to get out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will say the 3 most dreaded words that any congressman can say is, "I'll be brief." Commander, thank you, and thank your amazing staff, my fellow Legionnaires, and a distinguished guest. And on behalf of myself and my wife and family and the dedicated congressional staff and VA staff I had, I tell you, I am overwhelmed, and I can't thank you enough. It's a we, I, there's no I in team, and we did this as a team, and I humbly accept this award, and am gratefully and truly overwhelmed. And, you know, I've told this to Commander Dillard before, but I have to remind him every time I see him, he's a proud Texan. And I've met several of my Tennessee colleagues here. We know from Tennessee that there would not be a Texas had it not been for Tennessee. So I want to pass that along once again, Commander. I want to shout out a couple of folks that are here also, good friends, Bob Hensley and Todd McKinney from Tennessee. They're here representing, and they live in my neck of the woods. And also I want to thank the auxiliary. I think you all do an amazing job for veterans around the country, and you're not thanked enough, along with other spouses. You know, as you can clearly see, I'm not the President of the United States, nor, regretfully, I'm not the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, previous recipients of this distinguished award. I am a country doctor from East Tennessee who practiced medicine for 31 years and felt the need to give back to this amazing country called America. And it had provided so much for me and my family and many families, millions of people around the world who live in this great country. And when I decided to run for Congress, I told the voters 3 things. I said, there are 3 things I will never, ever apologize for supporting. Number 1, if you are a soldier in the field, I want you to have whatever you need to protect yourself and your comrades. So I'm always going to support the military. Number 2, when you come home, I am going to support the veterans because it's your blood, sweat, and sacrifice that allow me to live and this country to live in safety. I'm going to support the veterans. And number 3, I'm going to support agriculture because I like to eat. So those are the 3 things I support. When I was elected, I thought the Veterans Affairs Committee is a perfect committee for me. I grew up in Fort Campbell, near Fort Campbell, Kentucky, Clarksville, Tennessee, home of the 101st Airborne Division, and served in the 2nd Infantry Division. I did some of my medical training at a VA hospital in Memphis, Tennessee. I treated soldiers. I saw VA patients in Johnson City, where I live, and I thought it's perfect. So I went to Leader Boehner and asked him to put me on the committee, and he did. And I remember one of the first committee hearings I went to in 2009. This astonished me. There were 100,000 homeless veterans in America in 2009. That's unbelievable for a wealthy country like us. There were over 1 million disability claims that had not been adjudicated. I could not believe this. So I said, we're going to set about doing something about that. We also, in 2014, as you remember very clearly, there was the Phoenix scandal where the fake list to get in and veterans died waiting to be seen. And then Chairman Miller started some really late night hearings and so forth to help clear that up. And I was glad to participate in that. And in 2017, when I became the chairman, I told my staff, I said, we have no control of what anybody else does. All we have is control over what we do. So let's get to work. And get to work we did. In the 2 years that I was there with the amazing staff that I was able to work with, I worked with some great people. And those people were Ranking Member Tim Walz, who's now the governor of Minnesota, Senators Isaacson, who unfortunately has passed, a great man, Senator Jerry Moran, Senator Tester, and my good friend Mark Takano from California. And during that 2 years' time, it's hard to pass one bill. We passed over 50 veterans' bills, 25 of which got signed into Congress, got signed into law by the president, 25. One of those, I think President Trump signed into law in front of this group, I believe, and that's the Accountability and Whistleblower Protection Act. To protect veterans. The Harry Comey Forever GI Bill, a bill that I used in 1975 when I got out of the Army. It paid me $300 a month. I'm grateful to this day for that. But it sunsetted at 10 years. Now a veteran can use that the rest of their life, and it's fully paid for, as a fiscally conservative congressman would do. The Appeals Modernization Act to help reduce that huge number of disability claims that are out there. The Mission Act. I can remember when I went to Oregon to meet a friend out there and go through and meet veterans in his district, Greg Walden. He said, Phil, my congressional district has more people than has more square miles than the state of Tennessee. And he was right. It has 20,000 more square miles. And there were veterans that would drive 5 hours one way and then have an appointment broken in 5 hours back. And I thought, that's not right for rural America. So we had to write a bill that was good for rural America and urban America, which we did. And the second part of that bill, and let me tell you who I wanted to put in charge of medical choices, are the patient, the veteran. Not the bureaucracy, not the hospital, but the patient. That's who I wanted in charge of those decisions. You need to be veteran-centric. The second part of that bill, which was hugely important to me, and one of your previous recipients of this award was Senator Dole, Bob Dole and Elizabeth Dole. Both have received this award. And it was the caregiver part, where catastrophically injured veterans could receive care at home, but that only was post 9/11. That now applies to all veterans, proud to say. There were numerous suicide prevention bills, and as you know, and I know, Commander, this has been one of your primary goals of the Legion this year, is suicide prevention and mental health, and the Blue Water Navy, 10 years worth of work on that one. And I read, I mean, only a nerd would do this, but I read both studies, an Australian study and a Russian study, and I could not decide scientifically whether it was harmful or whatever to the veterans. I said, always when there's that question, decide on the side of the veteran who served this nation, and we did, and we got that passed. Now, I was able to travel across America, and one of the trips I made was from Long Island to Los Angeles and many points in between, and one of those trips I made was to Los Angeles, and we were going down the 405, and Christine Hill was my staffer, and I said, Christine, what did you do when you were in the service? She said, sir, I was a B-1 bomber pilot. And I said, Christine, let me explain something to you. We're not in a B-1 bomber. We're in a rented Chevy Malibu going down the 405. Could you slow up just a little bit so we can get there alive? And we did. And Christine still serves veterans in Washington, D.C. as a proud veteran. You know, Matthew 5, chapter 9 has a verse that is very near and dear to my heart. It's, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. I believe that you are, and know in my heart that I stand in front of the world's peacemakers. And how can I say that? Let me explain that in World War II, hundreds of thousands of our young men and women died in that war. In 2018, the population of Europe was 750 million free people. Free people. Why? Because of what you did, the American soldier did. That's why there are 750 million free people. And in Japan, 125 million free people. In Korea, where I served, at Camp Casey, and many of you probably have been there, at Camp Casey, Korea. 1960, one of the poorest nations on this earth, with a dictator, a military dictator. When I was there in 1973, there was a military dictator there. Today, there's a freely elected prime minister. There are 50 million free people. There are 20,000 churches, so you can worship as you please because peacemakers like you made that happen. God bless you and thank you for that. You know, we have problems in America. We heard some today. We do have problems in America. But we have no problems that Americans can't solve. I led a congressional delegation. My wife, Clorinda, who's been an incredible support to me, was able to go with me. And we visited Flanders Field. We visited the Battle of Belleau Wood. And let me tell you, that's where the Marine Corps was named the Devil Dogs. I've drunk from the Devil Dog Springs at Belleau Wood. Chateau Thierry. I've stood on the cliffs, and my wife and I together looking at Pointe du Hoc at those cliffs those young Rangers climbed. The thousands of crosses, white crosses that we saw. If that doesn't change you about how you feel about America, nothing will. It forever changed us. The tears I've seen in the eyes of Lithuanian parliament members who were free from the wraths of Russia because of the liberty they currently had. I wish and hope we continue that passion for liberty in this country. A lot of people say, and we hear it, are America's best days behind us? And emphatically, I will tell you no. And why is that not true? Because I've traveled this country. I've saw on this stage today what people did for their fellow men. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a Legion raised. And I've seen the goodness expressed in 1,000 different ways by the people of America. In conclusion today, I can't express to you how much I appreciate and what this means to me and to the people I've worked with on the Veterans Affairs Committee. It was fun doing it. But if you don't remember anything, remember these that I've said today. Remember these last 4 things. Put God first in your life. Put your family a very close second. Put your job third. And leave this great country called America a little bit better than you found it. And I know you have. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I salute you, and God bless you.
Dr. Rowe, I heard you say that if it wasn't been Tennessee, there wouldn't be a Texas. Well, maybe that's the reason I had to go to Tennessee for a few years after I got out of the service and work up there in Jamestown.
I knew that's right.
Yeah, you knew that.
I knew that.
Sparta, Sevierville, and Salina, Tennessee, in the manufacturing business.
Been in
but
all of them.
It's a great place.
Well, I tell you, this is a great commander, and he was very kind enough to come to, we call it in D.C. a hang-in. It's where they put your portrait up. And he was kind enough to come to that and really appreciate, I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you do. And Commander, I remember when you testified and others have, to go out and when we had the joint hearings and look at that huge crowd of people have come from all over America to sit there and advocate not for themselves, but for their fellow veterans. And I can't thank you enough.
Well, we're glad you were there and done what you've done for us. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Commander.
Today we're recruiting for new members, renewing old members, and we're also asking for donations to the American Legion so that we could provide the veterans in our communities, and also veteran families with assistance when they need us. We do also participate with community events such as this at the Grand Prix in Long Beach. And we are basically just communicating with the general public, communicating with older veterans, younger veterans, active military personnel, families of veterans, and giving them information regarding not only the American Legion, what it does, what its mission.
Oh, the energy seems very exciting. The people are definitely interested and want to see the race today, and they've been very proactive with our booth also, and happy to see the American Legion out here. We have had the chance to talk to several veterans here today, and have managed to get some of them to join the American Legion.
plastic bags that we hand out are for them to remind them of the American Legion. Also, there is material in there that can provide their access to making donations on behalf of themselves or anybody else. Also, other information regarding the programs of the American Legion in total, and also the fact that our Legion posts are available within communities to help as well.
Yeah, everybody that comes to our booth today and enters either to join the American Legion, get information about the American Legion, or give us a donation is entered today to for a chance to go to Victory Circle, get their picture taken with the winning driver, and also they will get a autographed die cast of the American Legion car.
And here today we're getting out there for people to be aware that we're still around and trying to help as many veterans and veteran families as well.
Harry McCrae, thank you for your service.
Today we came out to the cemetery in support of my program as National Commander, Flying Flags for Heroes, and gave a little presentation, solemn ceremony, and then gathered about 150, I believe, individuals of the National Executive Committee and members throughout the country to place flags and honor veterans.
It branched off of something that I started, which is called Veterans Flags and Flowers. And I go around and I'm trying to honor veterans in all 50 states. And I place flags and red carnations out on veterans' grave sites. And Michael got a hold of me and he said that I'd love to help. I'd love to have you be a national spokesperson for Flying Flags for Heroes, for the Sons of the American Legion. And that would be having a goal to place 1 million flags on veterans' grave sites in 1 year. And I was just so honored because it not only gets the word out that we need to honor veterans every day and not just on a holiday, but that people understand how much that veterans went through. You know, they sacrificed and gave their lives for us, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
Many reasons why it's important, but we as an organization, and especially being a younger member, is to pay respects to all of those veterans that have sacrificed their lives for us as American citizens to keep the traditions and the freedoms that we enjoy so dearly every day alive.
So my grandfather was in the military, and when I went to his gravesite to place a flag on Veterans Day, I looked around at all the other veterans' gravesites that weren't being honored. And so I got really frustrated and really mad that our veterans weren't being honored at all. And so I really wanted to do something about it. And so I just started raising money, you know, talking in front of veterans groups and going out to that cemetery, cleaning off the grave sites and placing flags and flowers out. And it just became a really big passion of mine to help people realize that we need to honor veterans every day.
As an American, it hits me deep in the heart. As I honor that veteran, when I place that flag, it really hits me in the pit of my stomach and warms my heart. Sometimes it brings me to tears as I say their name out loud and thank them for their service. Because that veteran that I just honored, they laid their life on the line, whether it was during action or afterwards, to fight for my freedoms and rights as an American citizen.
As horrendous as World War I was, it gave birth to the greatest veterans organization that the world has ever known. Our next guest is dedicated to reminding us about the significance of what at the time was thought to be the war to end all wars. A 20-year veteran of the U.S. Army, he holds a bachelor's degree in history from the University of Rhode Island and a master's in European Studies from Cornell University. He is a member of the American Legion Post 18 in Essex, Connecticut, and our National Finance Commission. Please welcome John D. Monahan of the U.S. World War I Centennial Commission.
So, good morning, distinguished guests and Legionnaires. A little more than a century ago, 4.7 million Americans answered the call of our nation to serve in World War I, to go to a land most had never visited, to join a fight that they didn't start, and to win a peace and freedom for a people whom they did not know. It was the war that changed the world. And of course, it dramatically changed those who fought in that war. They had been imbued with a fervor for service toward achieving a public good. The doughboy spirit, you may refer to it as. They sought to harness and channel this energy, enthusiasm, and public spirit in ways that would strengthen the nation both physically and morally. To achieve this end, they created the American Legion, leaving a lasting legacy of service to community, state, and nation for their generation, and a legacy which has now endured and been entrusted to us for our safekeeping. Until recently, no memorial to the doughboys, blue jackets, devil dogs existed in our nation's capital. However, due to the generosity of the American Legion and that of other like-minded patriotic and civic organizations, as well as that of Americans throughout the country, from each corner of this country and across the land, from all walks of life as well, our World War I Memorial is now open to the public. Now we have a place to remember them. If you'll roll the video, please.
It is 5 p.m. in the very heart of our nation's capital, America's new National World War I Memorial. In this place, at this time, every day, without fail, taps will sound in perpetuity. One bugler, reviving our collective memory of 4.7 million Americans who served, and the 116,516 who made the ultimate sacrifice. One moment, representing the diversity of a proud people dedicated to the cause of justice and the commitment it demands. One mission, a vow to keep faith with the American doughboy and remember all our veterans. With your help, this powerful vision will soon become a daily tradition, witnessed by the world. As we honor them, let us renew our pledge to protect our future by remembering our past.
And indeed, there is more to come. Since this past June, we have been streaming taps every evening live from the memorial. As part of, yes, it's an amazing thing. And indeed, as an aside, each night we dedicate that taps to an individual, many of whom are Legionnaires. So it's an amazing thing, and will, I think, become a special event every day in Washington. As part of the commission, as I say, is honoring individuals, including posts named after World War I veterans. The commission has also developed and deployed cell phone apps for those who visit the memorial site, which can also be used by students who have not yet had the opportunity to visit the actual memorial. If you'll please roll the video.
Introducing the World War I Memorial apps, the Virtual Explorer and the Visitor Guide for smartphones and tablets. Use augmented reality to explore the National World War I Memorial in Washington, D.C. and America's story in World War I. Drop a 50-foot tall interactive World War I timeline into a model of the memorial or while you're visiting the memorial itself. Walk around life-size virtual models of World War I airplanes, tanks, Model T ambulances, and even a Harley. World War I's impact on American society was deep. For women, African Americans, Native Americans, and all citizens. Interact with the history and the stories of World War I in innovative ways, and that's only the beginning. The World War I Memorial Visitor Guide for when you're at the memorial in D.C., and the World War I Memorial Virtual Explorer for the classroom or anywhere else in the world. They're free and easy to find. Simply search on WWI Memorial in the Android or Apple app stores.
We have partnered, we being the commission, has partnered with Verizon to distribute these materials to 30 million school children over the next few years at no cost to the students. We're putting programs on at the memorial on a regular basis. Last year, Admiral Mike Mullen joined us for the Bells of Peace ceremony at 11 a.m. on Veterans Day. This year, General Barry McCaffrey will officiate. The Commission, the Doughboy Foundation, as well as the American Legion and American Legion Auxiliary commemorated National Poppy Day last May at the memorial. The U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own, has staged concerts every Thursday evening this summer. And to commemorate Juneteenth this year, the Commission sponsored a performance of the 369th Experience, a recreation of the famed Harlem Hellfighters regimental band made up of African American and Hispanic students from many historically black colleges and universities around the country. More than 1 million of our countrymen have visited the memorial so far, though it is not yet complete. The memorial's centerpiece and focal point of remembrance, the sculpture, A Soldier's Journey, is in the final stages of being sculpted, cast in bronze, and assembled by sculptor Sabin Howard. It is scheduled for delivery and installation in 2024. At nearly 60 feet in length, it will become, once installed, the largest freestanding bronze relief sculpture in the Western Hemisphere. The sculpture depicts the story of a soldier's journey, his departure from home and family, his transformation from citizen to soldier, the physical and mental travails he endures as he confronts the horror of trench warfare, to the final triumph and return home, symbolically at the end of the sculpture, handing his helmet and thus the burden of the defense of democracy and freedom to his daughter, who represents the next generation. It will, I am confident, resonate with anyone who has served and will give ample impulse for solemn reflection to all who visit. The sculpture will be a magnificent example of public art, a fitting tribute to the warriors of the Great War, and will surely become a mandatory stop for any visitor to Washington. In closing, I thank you and the Legion for your support of this effort and for the honor in particular, as a personal note, of serving as your representative on the commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker skipped his senior year of high school and gained early acceptance to the University of Minnesota. He obtained a degree in business and accounting while working full-time. He later started a small business with his wife, Jane, producing plastic sheets for packaging and printing. Elected to represent Wisconsin in the United States Senate, he served as the chairman of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee from 2015 to 2021. Please welcome the Honorable U.S. Senator Ron Johnson.
Well, thank you, Commander Dillard, and welcome the American Legion to Wisconsin, to Milwaukee. I'll never forget Charles Krauthammer. Saw him give a speech in Kohler, Wisconsin. He said, "You always hear Minnesota nice. I say Wisconsin even nicer." That is true, and I'm sure you'll understand that as you enjoy the city here and the state and your visit here. My main purpose here is to just thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for your service and sacrifice. I am very mindful that more than 1 million of what I always refer to as the finest among us paid the ultimate price, sacrificed their lives to defend our nation and preserve liberty and freedom. What's extraordinary about that sacrifice is that not only was given for our freedom, but the United States has sent our sons and daughters around the world to places afar, foreign, people whose cultures don't necessarily meld with ours, to also defend their freedom as well. And as Defense Secretary Colin Powell once said, we don't send our sons and daughters to conquer land. The only land we ever asked for is enough to bury our dead. I think that is an extraordinary contribution of the America that I know, the America that has sacrificed not only for us, but for others around the world. We're maybe not be a perfect country, but we are a phenomenal force for good in the world. And so again, I understand the service and sacrifice of all of you. And I want to assure you, on a nonpartisan basis in Washington, D.C., we all understand that and we support you. And I really want to start with a particular piece of legislation that I know is near and dear to your heart, that unfortunately became partisan in nature, that people used it to scare our veterans when there was no need for that whatsoever. And of course, I'm referring to the PACT Act. A lot of us called it the burn pit legislation. Let me assure it was never in doubt that Congress was going to pass whatever appropriation was necessary to take care of our veterans that suffered harm from burn pits. Quite honestly, we were never going to threaten any appropriation that was going to take care of our veterans. That is completely nonpartisan. But there were issues. There were legitimate concerns. And I believe you heard from the Secretary of the VA, McDonough, earlier today. I don't serve on the VA committee, but we were getting regular updates from our ranking member on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. And what we were told is there was agreement between the chairman and the ranking member on a piece of legislation regarding injuries due to burn pits. Now, it was a much less expensive piece of legislation. All of a sudden, it ballooned into about a $260 billion piece of legislation. But Secretary McDonough, apparently in testimony, had talked about his concern with that piece of legislation that the VA system may not be able to handle it. And so at least folks on our side of the aisle certainly took that seriously. And so what we wanted to make sure is that there's an amendment to allow veterans that couldn't get into the Veterans Affairs Hospital soon enough to be able to be taken care of by community centers, the private health care system. But we weren't getting a vote on that amendment. We were also concerned about, for whatever reason, there was no reason for it, a transfer of about $400 billion from discretionary spending to mandatory spending, with our nation in $30.8 trillion worth of debt. That concerned us. And all we asked for was votes on the amendment. Now, unfortunately, both those amendments failed, but in the end, as was always going to happen, Congress passed, and President Biden signed into law, the PACT Act. There never should have been any concern, there never should have been any doubt that Congress, in a nonpartisan way, was going to support our veterans, and that will always be true. Now, the point I want to make in this discussion is the only thing that threatens veterans' benefits, the only thing that threatens the mandatory spending programs, Social Security, Medicare, others, is our massive deficit spending and our growing level of debt. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to talk about this because if you have the courage to bring up the fact that we are mortgaging our children's future, you get falsely accused of wanting to put things on the chopping block, or cutting programs, or ending programs. Let me say unequivocally, I have never said I wanted to put Social Security, Medicare, veteran benefits on the chopping block, or cut them, or end them. I want to save these programs. I want to stop mortgaging our children's future. Understand, by the way, I don't believe those millions of our fellow citizens, I don't believe any of you fought and died or served and sacrificed to mortgage our children's future. You are every bit as concerned about that as I am. But I'm also concerned about how much money we have for the top priorities of government. Let's just take a look at defense, for example. Let me give you a little bit of history. I know this is numbers. I know certainly in Washington, D.C., people don't want to be talking about numbers, but I think it's important to talk about numbers. Again, $30.8 trillion in debt. The size of our economy is $23 trillion. That's a dangerous ratio of 134% debt to GDP ratio. How are we going to afford defense spending? Just to give you a little history, in the 60s, we spent about 8.4% of our GDP on defense. Of course, we had the Vietnam War, and it made sense. But in the 70s and 80s, without war raging, we spent 5.6 and 5.7% during those decades. Starting in the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, spending declined to 3.8 down to 3.7% of GDP. In 2020, we spent 3.5%. In 2021, we spent 3.4%. Now, I'm somebody that thinks that defending our nation is the top priority of government, and supporting those who serve and sacrifice is a top priority of government, as is Social Security, as is Medicare. But when we're $30.8 trillion in debt, and we are right now experiencing historically low interest rates. Again, I know I'm talking about a lot of numbers, but in the last 3 decades of last century, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, our average interest rate paid on interest on the debt was 5.4%. Last year, it was 1.4%. So we are 4 percentage points lower than the 3-decade average from the last century. What happens if world creditors look at the United States and say, you know, you're a credit risk? or the US dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency. Well, what happens is interest rates start increasing. If we were to go and return to that 5.4% average interest rate from the last 3 decades of the last century, that'd add another $1.2 trillion to our nation's spending. And unfortunately, what is happening in Washington, D.C., and quite honestly throughout America, is too many members of Congress, too many of our fellow citizens are simply whistling past that debt graveyard. I'm not willing to. So I talk about it, but in bringing up these numbers, in talking about the danger to our economy, the danger to our children and grandchildren, you get vilified, you get lied about, you have your character assassinated. That has to end if we're going to preserve this nation. Now let me switch. Oh, by the way, the number one component of a solution here, what we need to do, is we need to grow our economy. We've just experienced 2 quarters of negative growth. Our economy has shrunk. The good news is we know how to grow our economy. You have to have a competitive tax system. You have to have a reasonable regulatory environment. You need the freedom to incentivize entrepreneurs to think about new products, new services, to grow our economy. You can't have big government crushing their hopes and their dreams, and quite honestly, that's what's happening right now. Let me ask you a question. Do you even like, much less love, something you want to fundamentally transform? It's like I wake up in the morning, look at my wife Jane and say, Jane, I love you, but now I want to change everything about you. That wouldn't go over very well. But unfortunately, we've had President Obama, President Biden, that as candidates said they wanted to fundamentally transform this nation. Now, we've got problems that need to be fixed, but fundamental transformation, I'd argue that's not what this country needs. Unfortunately, now we're seeing what fundamental transformation looks like. It's open borders, a flood of illegal immigrants, a flood of deadly drugs. I recently had Mark Morgan, head of CBP under both Obama and President Trump. Brandon Judd, the head of the Border Patrol Union, come and do an event. Collectively, we figured out that about 3 million illegal immigrants since the start of the Biden administration have either come in, been encountered, processed, and dispersed, or come across as a known or unknown gotaway. 3 million people. To put that in perspective, 17 states have less than 3 million in their population. This is a massive flow. This is not good because the human depredation, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, the deadly drugs. We've had 107,000 overdoses last year because of the deadly drugs, the easy flow. So again, fundamental transformation, open borders, 40-year high inflation, 8.5%. Who does that affect mostly? Retired seniors, people on a fixed income. $1 held at the start of the Biden administration is now worth 88.3 cents. Record high gasoline prices, rising crime, the indoctrination of our children in our schools. This is the year 2022 in America. We don't have enough infant formula to feed our babies. Now again, these things didn't just happen. This isn't an administration came in and just had some bad luck. These are policies that opened our borders. Out of control deficit spending caused the inflation. A war on fossil fuels caused record gas prices. Low bail, no bail policies. Defund the police movement. Abolish ICE. These are the things that have resulted in rising crime. And just bad government has caused things like a shortage of infant formula. This can't go on. When I talk to people as I go around Wisconsin, as bad as what I call that list of horribles, the disastrous results of bad policy. They're generally not talking about that. It's on their mind. They're struggling with the burden of the fundamental transformation of America, which is really fundamentally destroying this country. What they're concerned about, what they're distraught over, is what one speaker that came to our Senate lunch talked about. He made the point that, you know, as conservatives, we do a terrible job of defending our values. Then he granted us almost immediate absolution. He said that's because we never thought we'd have to defend the benefit of having a mom and a dad, the nuclear family. We never thought we'd have to push back on school administrators injecting our children with gender-blocking drugs without telling the parents. We never thought that biological males would be competing with our girls and then expecting to shower in their locker rooms. We never thought we'd have to defend the basic values of this country, but that's what is happening. Let me conclude by talking about the difference in our political divide. And by the way, I mourn the divisiveness. I heard President Biden in his inaugural address say 8 times that his #1 goal is to unify and heal this nation. He's done the exact opposite. I want to heal and unify this nation. President Lincoln said that a divided nation cannot stand. Our divided nation weakens us, and our adversaries are noticing it. But what divides our parties is just a basic ideological difference. One side believes what made this country great was big government. Remember presidents saying, "You didn't build that." Yes, we did. My side knows what made America great. People like you. People that get up every day, go to work, join the military, serve and sacrifice. But you get up every day, you go to work, and you contribute. You understand that all work has value. There's not a first or second class way to realize your full human potential. So you get up, you go to work, but you use that one essential ingredient, that one thing that more than 1 million of our fellow citizens, the finest among us, have fought and died for. You use freedom to dream and aspire and build and create this marvel. And it is a marvel that we call America. So again, I'm here to thank you for helping build this great land, this shining city on the hill, this indispensable nation that nations around the world depend on to provide the peace and security that is essential for having a strong economy and a strong opportunity and strong opportunities. This has been true since our founding. It's true today that we continue to be in a fight for freedom. It's not somebody else's fight. It is our fight, and it is a fight that we absolutely must win. So God bless you for your service and sacrifice. Thank God bless you. God bless America.
Our next guest speaker was elected to represent Wisconsin's 4th Congressional District in 2004, making her the first African American elected to Congress from the state of Wisconsin. Raised in Milwaukee, she earned a BA in political science at Marquette and was a member of the Wisconsin State Assembly and Senate before being elected to Congress. A tireless advocate for civil rights, she led the fight against racial profiling, domestic abuse, and voting rights violation. Please welcome the Honorable U.S. Representative Gwen Moore.
Well, American Legion, welcome. Welcome to Milwaukee. As a matter of fact, you are in the 4th Congressional District of Wisconsin, the district that I so proudly represent in Congress. And I do truly welcome you to our beautiful city and all of the things that we have here. Try out everything. And if you leave a couple of pounds heavier, you will have had a good time. That would be proof that you had a good time. Listen, thank you so much. So listen, it's a real great honor to be able to address you all, to take care of our veterans. I can remember the very first time that I heard of the American Legion. It was, I'm dating myself now, it was the late 50s, and I was in Racine, Wisconsin, where I was born, and my dad and my uncle took me over to the American Legion. And I saw soldiers and people there having a couple of drinks, and I was wondering, I was very confused. Is this what people in the service do? Drink? Is it the American Legion? Is this the, you know, is this a club for soldiers only? And my uncle and my dad explained to me, almost with tears in their eyes, that the American Legion was an organization that took care of veterans and their family. So for those of you who are new to our city, I think it's always good when you have visitors to tell them a little bit about your city. So rather than to tell you to focus on the cheese curds and the beer and some of the other goodies that I do encourage you to engage in, I want to talk to you about one of the veterans that still lives here in the city of Milwaukee. I want to tell you about a woman named Ms. Anna Mae Robertson. Ms. Anna Mae Robertson is an African-American woman who served in the groundbreaking Women's Army Corps. She was a WAC, and she served in the 688 Central Postal Battalion. That's right. Some of y'all know about the 688. The 688 was the only predominantly black Women's Army Corps battalion to serve overseas during World War II in England and in France. And despite serving in inclement weather, decrepit conditions, rats running all over the place, and enduring enemy fire, they bravely cleared millions of pieces of mail, of backlog mail, with the Central Postal Battalion. The 688's work was deeper than just sorting mail. They helped service members deployed far away from home to get just a little piece of family. There was once 750 Robert Smiths, and they worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they found every single Robert Smith and got their mail to them. But there were no tweets and Instagrams back in the day. There was no way to text these people and whip out the cell phone. This was a central key attachment to family. And they were the backbone, the 688 were the backbone of military service. And people like Miss Anna Mae Robertson, who was 98 years old, 98 years young, lives in Milwaukee, and like her, she was not known or honored, but this year, she received, along with the other 888 battalion members, whether dead or alive, the gold medal for their service. That's right. And applause for that. And you know, we have a voluntary army now. So those people who come to the table to serve us in this country now are to be revered in a way that we have never revered our veterans before. Let me tell you something. When I went to Congress, there were a few things that shocked me. One, I was shocked that we had no assigned seats, okay? Two, I was shocked at the high prices of everything in Washington, D.C. And thirdly, I was totally shocked at the different appropriations line that we funded the Defense Department and the Veterans Department. People get up and debate for hours and hours about how wonderful defense was, and there was no amount of money that the Defense Department could get, even if the equipment was no longer wanted or needed by the generals. We just funded anyway. But veterans, we had to spend so much time and energy always begging to make sure that y'all are properly resourced. That is why the American Legion, after 100 years, is still necessary. And let me applaud you for all of your advocacy and work. Because when the American Legion says that we need legislation done, it's about to happen. It's going to happen. And I want you to know that I'm going to be a partner in that effort. When I was first elected to office in 1988 to the State Assembly, learning the ropes, learning how to be a politician, the very first bill that I passed with my name on it was a veterans bill to give educational opportunity benefits to veterans here in this state. And I hope that while you're here, you'll check out one of the community projects that I prioritize funding. It's called Dry Hooch. And it is a facility, a support within the community, a nonprofit that put their efforts into being an intervention in the lives of veterans who may be at risk of PTSD or worse, suicides. And I'm so glad to partner with you to ensure that the VA is ready to serve the next generation of our increasingly diverse workforce. You know, I don't know if you know this, but so far this Congress, we're on August recess now, but so far we have passed 50, that's right, 50 veterans bills. And I can assure you we are not done. I can tell you that in an era where bipartisanship is sought for, I can say from my own experience that the best chance you have of getting bipartisan legislation across the finish line is to support our American heroes, our veterans. I thank you all for your advocacy. I love you all. You know, I am a part of a military family. My father, my uncle, my brother, my nephews, all the way from Korea, World War II, Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, on the line. And so I salute you and your families for all that you do. God bless you. It's beautiful. This was worth it, y'all.
Congresswoman, with all of those military members in your family, are you a member of the American Legion Auxiliary?
I am not, but you know what? I didn't even know that I could be. Hadn't
You're
even thought
eligible.
about it. I'm
You're
eligible.
eligible.
All right. Well, I certainly will, because they were definitely members. Thank you so much. This is beautiful. Have a good time in the Milky Way.
a retired lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve, our next guest speaker was elected to represent Wisconsin in the 5th Congressional District in 2020. He earned a Bachelor's of Science at the University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh, and lives with his family in rural Clayman, Wisconsin, where they raise horses. In 1990, he purchased and ran the Dodge County Independent News and sold it in 1996 to the Watertown Daily Times, where he continued to work for a number of years as an associate publisher. Please welcome the Honorable U.S. Representative Scott Fitzgerald.
Thank you. It's good to be with everybody today. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Post 15 from Juneau, Wisconsin, and all my good friends at Post 420 over in Eustisford. Also saw on the way in a couple of 84th Division alumni, which the headquarters was located right down here on Silver Spring Drive for many years. But it's great to be with you this afternoon. Thank you to Commander Dillard and the American Legion for inviting me to speak today and for your efforts in putting this event together. I think I speak for the rest of the congressional delegation and just saying how happy we are that you chose Milwaukee for the American Legion Convention this summer. I'm proud to stand here today to address you as a veteran and as a fierce advocate in Wisconsin and as a member of Congress. I did join the U.S. Army Reserves back in '81 and proudly served for 27 years, retiring in 2009 as a lieutenant colonel. And in every facet of that service, from my days as a recruit down at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, to my time as a battalion commander, I was always honored to stand beside the amazing men and women that served this country so well. The values that I was taught in the Army taught me to serve the greater good. That's what it's all about. And that was a major factor in me deciding to run for office and ultimately to run for Congress. It was truly a privilege. I served in the state Senate here in Wisconsin for many years, in which we authored and moved legislation that helped veterans. And now as a member of Congress in Wisconsin's 5th District, continuing to do that. The mission of the American Legion since Commander Dillard took over last year has been, as you know, no veteran left behind. And so I'd like to take a little bit of time to talk about that theme. As it's been mentioned earlier by Senator Johnson and others, first I think I'd be remiss if I did not address perhaps the most important issue to the American Legion this Congress, and that was the passage, the final passage of the PACT Act. Those of you who fought so tirelessly to bring that bill across the finish line deserve a lot of credit and should be very proud. Thanks to your efforts, your long days advocating for veterans in the halls of Congress, met many of members of the Legion and the VFW who came specifically to D.C. just to talk about that issue. And as a result of that persistence, we find ourselves now more 3.5 million toxic exposed veterans will finally get the benefits and the health care that they deserve. Congratulations, give yourself a hand. Congress also passed several other bills to provide much needed support to our veteran community. Bills like the Sergeant Ketchum Rural Veterans Mental Health Act. It will provide more community-based care to veterans diagnosed with mental health issues, and the Strong Veterans Act, also, which will increase mental health staffing at both the VA and at the vet centers throughout the nation. However, no veteran left behind doesn't just start when a veteran leaves the service. It's our duty to ensure our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians are given the capabilities not only to win on the battlefield, but to win at home and to win with their families once they return. And that's why I'm proud that the House continued in a bipartisan tradition to pass this year's fiscal 2023 NDAA. In addition to improving our military readiness, It increased pay for service members. It increased basic needs of housing allowances, and also recognized some of the low-income military families that are currently suffering. But there's more that Congress can do to support servicemen and women and the veterans. When the Department of Defense announced the mandatory COVID-19 vaccine policy, countless service members became at risk of losing the very hard-earned benefits upon discharge from the service. Congress took the first step to address this issue last year by mandating that service members who refuse the vaccine cannot be dishonorably discharged. But there are still thousands of active duty and reserve personnel whose education benefits are at risk. I introduced a bill to fix that along with my colleagues, and would urge the Legion to work with my colleagues in this next Congress to address the disparity and restore the benefits to those who were unfairly stripped of these educational benefits. Thank you. Finally, we must do more to address that backlog of service record requests at the National Personnel Records Center as well. So there's a lot of things that Congress is working on, but we need to be targeted and very specific when we do that. I was proud to support the Access for Veterans to Records Act, and the bill that passed the House was the first step. But veterans and their families should not have to wait weeks, months, years for records that put their medical care, their student loans, or even their death benefits in jeopardy. No veteran left behind is more than just a campaign. It's our duty as veterans, as public servants, and as community to be there for those veterans that come home. Not only for them, but for their families as well. The American Legion and your tireless advocacy efforts will continue to shape policy on Capitol Hill and in the state legislatures across this nation. I'm confident that you will continue to hold the legislatures accountable to ensure that no veteran is left behind by Congress. Like I once encouraged myself, you got to put one foot in front of another during those long rucks. I remind people all the time that you have to keep the faith and be persistent and be consistent if you're going to make things happen in D.C. and in the state houses. Listen, those who served our country volunteered themselves in an act of patriotism to the nation. And they served and protected and have been very loyal. It's incumbent on us to never forget that when facing headwinds and those in Congress that might not be willing to move forward. I'm so glad that you're here in Milwaukee today and so honored to be able to offer just a few of my thoughts this afternoon. Thank you, and God bless the American Legion.
Another proud Legionnaire. A retired Navy captain, our next guest serves as the chief advocate for more than 340,000 veterans of Wisconsin. She holds a master's degree in national security and strategic studies from the Naval War College and adult education at the University of Rhode Island, in addition to her bachelor's degree in marketing from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Representing Wisconsin's Governor, Tony Evers, please welcome the Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Veterans Affairs, Mary M. Kolar.
Good afternoon. It's such a great honor to be with you, to represent Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers, and to again welcome you to the great city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. As was mentioned, the history of my family is military service, and I want to emphasize that my grandfather was a founding member of the Post, the American Legion Post in Wilton, Wisconsin. Thank you. And it is the inspiration and service of my mother and her years of dedication to the American Legion Auxiliary. So, I again extend my appreciation to the American Legion leadership for the privilege of being able to speak here today. You, representing the largest veteran service organization in our country. As the Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Veterans Affairs, I'm honored to advocate for Wisconsin's over 340,000 veterans and their families who call the Badger State home. The mission of WDVA is to deliver upon the moral obligation to provide benefits and services to all eligible veterans and their families. To ensure we meet these commitments, maintaining good working relationships and partnerships with the American Legion, her posts, and her members is essential as we continue to overcome challenges and meet the evolving needs of veterans. Going back nearly 145 years, Wisconsin has a strong commitment to our veterans. Since the ending of the Civil War, the Badger State has proudly provided additional benefits and services and extended not only to veterans, but to their spouses and dependents. Today, I'll share with you why Wisconsin is so special and how we uphold our commitment to those who have served. With our Wisconsin GI Bill program, our state provides additional educational benefits to eligible veterans, their spouses, and their children to pursue their educational dreams and vocational training needs. The Wisconsin GI Bill program also provides numerous educational grants. There's a vast array of opportunities for those transitioning to civilian life. Wisconsin also offers a generous property tax credit reimbursement program for veterans and surviving spouses that meet specific service-connected disability requirements, with plans, as proposed by Governor Evers, to extend the eligibility in the next budget. For those who are struggling, who need to navigate the VA bureaucracy that sometimes can feel overwhelming, our trained and dedicated benefits and claims staff compassionately deliver federal and Wisconsin VA benefits to all eligible veterans and their families. Right here in Milwaukee, we have a fully accredited claims office to represent veterans when filing a claim with the federal VA. Thanks to recent legislation, such as the PACT Act, newer veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan who were exposed to burn pits can file their claims, receive health care, and get the compensation they deserve. Wisconsin is home to 3 skilled nursing facilities for veterans and their spouses, one of which was just recognized with a national award for quality care. Even though the nationwide staffing shortage and the last 3 years of the upheaval of the pandemic, these homes have maintained a safe and welcoming residence. And don't worry, each home has a special place on game day to watch the Packers. Had to get that in there. As our state's chief veteran advocate, there's an issue I'm sure is at the top of mind of all of you. For veterans across the state from different backgrounds and generations, I hear a similar sentiment shared again and again. To quote, "Of the men and women who I served with, I've lost more to suicide than combat." In 2020, Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers issued his governor's challenge that included more support for veterans. The governor's challenge is to prevent suicide among service members, veterans, and their families. It's a national initiative that we've been working on since January of 2020. The challenge is being led by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Over the past 2 years, WDVA dedicated major resources and funding for mental health care and suicide prevention for our veterans. When I came home from work yesterday and saw that in the mail there was my American Legion member magazine, I was so pleased to see this cover. So be the one. Working with the American Legion and other veteran service organizations, we recently held 6 regional suicide prevention forums across our state, focusing on vital mental health resources and support for veterans. We also held a special forum with Wisconsin's 11 federally recognized Native tribal nations that focused on specific tribal veteran mental health needs. Every death by suicide is preventable. I commend the many men and women who are on the front lines of this battle. Our state Veterans Outreach and Recovery Program, otherwise known as VORP, is a dedicated group of outreach coordinators, many of whom are veterans themselves, working locally in each of Wisconsin's 72 counties. Having an actual person reach out and be your advocate is an immensely powerful tool. VORP case managers are the connector between the veteran and the services available from various sources. VORP case managers work with CVSOs, County Veteran Service Officers, Tribal Veteran Service Officers, and the federal VA, veteran service organizations, and community providers and programs to connect veterans with the critical services that they need. Our VORP outreach coordinators help veterans struggling with health care visits, those needing substance abuse and recovery help, being a lifeline for suicide prevention and mental health resources, and more. Our VORP program is a shining example of what can be done to assist at-risk veterans in need when you invest in their well-being. I know that they have saved lives, and I'm grateful for their work every day. While our VORP efforts continue to flourish, our Veterans Housing and Recovery Program is also evolving. A housing crisis is gripping many parts of this country. Through many connections with surrounding communities, our VHRP provides temporary housing, training, supportive services to veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Our goal is to help them obtain permanent housing and get them back to a sustainable lifestyle. To better anticipate veterans' needs in a post-pandemic world, Governor Evers signed an executive order earlier this year calling for a Blue Ribbon Commission on Veteran Opportunity. I have the honor to serve as co-chair of this 23-person commission, which includes representatives from the American Legion, DAV, VFW, and other Wisconsin veteran service organizations. The commission is focusing on issues facing Wisconsin veterans today and recommending new initiatives to best meet their future needs, reflecting on the various experiences and expertise from a diverse group of veterans, advocates from across the state. Together, with the American Legion, support of veterans in Wisconsin and across our country, we are making a difference in the lives of so many veterans, and we look forward to continuing to do more. I know we can always do better to serve our veterans and their families. That's only possible by working together with people like you. I offer my gratitude to the local, state, and national leadership of the American Legion for your partnership, your compassion, your steady commitment in serving our nation's veterans. Together, we can achieve our goals. Thank you.
Our next speaker took office as acting mayor of Milwaukee in 2021. He was elected in April 2022 with more than 70% of the vote. Growing up in this city, he has seen violence, evictions, and food insecurity, challenges that are common with the urban poverty. He has previously served as an alderman and is a graduate of the University of Wisconsin. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson.
Well, good afternoon, Legionnaires. It's my pleasure to be here to welcome everyone here. I know you've had the opportunity to spend some time in Milwaukee, and I'm glad that in the conversations that I've had with folks throughout the convention hall here, everybody to a T has said that they have been enjoying their time in Milwaukee. So when I say welcome to Milwaukee, what I really mean is welcome back to Milwaukee, because I was also informed that this is not the first time that the American Legion has hosted its national convention here in our fair city of Milwaukee in the state of Wisconsin. It's happened a number of times over the course of the past several decades, and we really, really appreciate being able to play host and a constant host, a continual host to the American Legion and all of the men and women who have served our nation. Recently, I had the opportunity to join Commander Dillard and other members of the American Legion and in the River West neighborhood of Milwaukee as we restored the American Legion Monument, which if you hadn't seen it, I recommend before you leave town that you do, So if you travel due north of here and get to a street called North Avenue, and you hang a left and you head west, you'll see upon a hill, blazoned upon a hill, this large emblem that says American Legion. And that's there because in Milwaukee, we appreciate, we really do, the service and the sacrifice of individuals in this organization. Not just here from Milwaukee or here from Wisconsin, but across the entire United States, who have made service and sacrifice a core tenet in their life. We really appreciate that in Milwaukee, so much so that it's a monument here in our city. And the city appreciates it, the residents of the city appreciate that. I personally can appreciate it as well. And I can personally appreciate it because I've got a family with a history steeped in service. My stepfather was in the United States Navy and served in the first Gulf War. Got a cousin who for more than 20 years has been in the United States Army. There we go. I've got my father who was in the reserves for some time. And although I never made it to the armed forces myself, when I was in high school, at Bayview High School on the south side of this city, I got to get the opportunity to be a part of Naval Junior ROTC, which is one of the great experiences that I've had in my life. So again, I know that folks have said they've had a tremendous time going across the city, venturing out into our neighborhoods, enjoying our bars and our restaurants, going along the lakefront, which is spectacular here in the city of Milwaukee, checking out our expanded river walk that we continually improve upon here in Milwaukee, visiting our museums, diverse neighborhoods, museums like the Milwaukee Public Museum, the African American Holocaust Museum, America's Black Holocaust Museum, so many other great museums in our community, checking out Pfizer Forum, home of the NBA world champion Milwaukee Bucks, and also home now to the NBA 2K world champions, the Bucks Gaming program. I know that folks have also had the opportunity to visit the Sherman Phoenix development here in the city of Milwaukee, which is an incubator for jobs and growth and development and restaurants in a neighborhood that needed that sort of investment. And a lot of folks have also commented about the friendliness that they've encountered since they've been back here in Milwaukee. Now, folks, you probably heard a term of Midwest nice. I think that in Milwaukee, we put the nice in Midwest nice. I think we really do. And I'm glad to hear that so many folks have had those sort of experiences as you've gone out into the public here, whether it's on the street or whether it's into one of our wonderful world-class restaurants or even some of our bars here in Milwaukee. Because under my administration as the new mayor of this city and in partnership with folks at Visit Milwaukee, we're embarking on creating and developing a stronger, more robust convention, tourism and hospitality economy right here in Milwaukee. And so the American Legion's convention plays a huge part in that. So as mayor, I want to thank you for coming to our city, for choosing Milwaukee multiple times over and again. I think that's a testament to the fact that people in this organization enjoy their time in Milwaukee. You enjoy the weather. You enjoy access to the fresh water. You enjoy our businesses. You enjoy our restaurants, our bars, our hospitality, our cultural amenities. And guess what? We enjoy you too. And we so desperately want to see you back. So this is not the end. I hope that is not the end. I want to see you back in Milwaukee. I want to be on this stage greeting you again right here in the city of Milwaukee. So we're leaving the lights on for you. We hope that we see you back in Wisconsin, back in Milwaukee for conventions in the future. Thank you so much, and I hope you continue to have a great time in the city of Milwaukee. Thank you.
I think they want to take a picture there. a 36-year member of the American Legion. Our next guest is a veteran of the U.S. Air Force and the Army National Guard. He belongs to Post 555 in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and was selected Department Commander in 2021. Please give a warm welcome to immediate past Department Commander of Wisconsin, Greg Eresh.
Legion family, welcome to Bruce City and the Badger State. Whoa! Again, my name is Greg Eirich. I'm an immediate past department commander. On behalf of the American Legion family of Wisconsin, I welcome all the delegates and guests to Milwaukee for the 2022 American Legion National Convention. It is our pleasure to be your host for the 103rd National Convention. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to make your stay more enjoyable. There are many great eating establishments, like the mayor had just noted, to enjoy and beautiful sights to see. The lakefront is home of the War Memorial and the beautiful Lake Michigan. And stop by the American Family Field or tour the Miller Coors Brewery. National Commander Dillard, this individual has worked tirelessly to make this convention an enjoyable and exceptional one for you and our delegates and guests. Please welcome the President of the American Legion National Convention Corporation of Wisconsin, past Department Commander Ted D'Amici.
Thank you and good afternoon. I've written a 5-page welcoming to the state of Wisconsin for you, and it only take approximately an hour and a half. But to welcome you back to Wisconsin, that we had our 2010 convention and our 2000 convention here in Milwaukee, to bring you back to us is an honor and a privilege. So, Commander Dillard, national officers, Legionnaires, and guests, I would like to welcome you back to the state of Wisconsin for your 103rd National Convention. With that, remember that we are entertaining you here in the evening. We have a great area that you can go see. We have the Harley-Davidson. As the mayor mentioned, please go out and see the national emblem that's sitting on North. It's approximately 50, 60 feet round. And if you're flying out, you'll be able to see it if they're flying out on the right runway. From the air, you can look down and see the emblem. So remember this, if you need any help, please contact anyone from the state of Wisconsin for directions to go to your restaurants, to go to your bars, to just go out and have entertainment in the evening. For all the work that we do during the day, we definitely need a break in the evening. So once again, welcome to Wisconsin, Legionnaires. Thank you.
You too.
You know, what was really historic about this morning, it's the United States Army 247th birthday. It's a celebration of the 125th anniversary of the great cycling experiment by the U.S. Army for the Buffalo Soldiers going cross-country on bicycles, 1,900 miles, 41 days.
We're here to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the Iron Riders, who were a group of African-American Buffalo Soldiers who rode from Missoula, Montana to Forest Park, St. Louis in 1897.
So we have some reenactors here, as you can see up in the front. And we have Eric Cedeno somewhere here.
We got up about 5 o'clock, get ready to roll at 5:40, because that's when those guys left. We had the bugle playing this morning, playing Call to Horses, which now they changed and made it Call to Bikes. And, you know, we're on it. And that was probably the easiest and fun, most 5.5 miles that we rode, and it was right on the path that they used to come here, come downtown, and go over the Clark Fork River on Higgins Street, just like they did. I mean, that's so historic. I mean, it hasn't really set in yet, and I'm an enthusiastic person, but boy, I tell you what, this was a smooth day today. The things they did they helped start baseball here in 1894. You know, we have the different things on the fort that they did to help build the fort. The band will play, the Missoula State Band will be playing, and they will be a tribute band to the 25th Infantry, which was probably bigger and better than the Iron Riders and all the other stuff. It was really a community event. It was nice to turn my head a little bit and see 40-some-odd riders behind us. So the community came out and participated in this. That's what makes this so sweet.
It means a great deal to me because it's a little known story, and that's a great deal of what I deal with working for Missouri State Parks is I research and tell untold stories of African American history. So when Missouri State Parks decided to take on this project, I was the natural choice and the natural fit to actually do the interpretation, become a Buffalo Soldier, and carry out or represent Missouri State Parks in this project. I've discovered a great deal of what the men actually went through, some of the adversities that they faced. I did not realize that the Buffalo Soldiers were primarily stationed in outpost areas where their contact was primarily limited with dealing with the settlers moving west, as well as protecting the towns from Native American raids and protecting or breaking up mining disputes, as well as just overall, you know, pretty much being the police force in the unsettled West.
Other than it being a military ride, it was a community ride. The community came out, and they not only with regular bikes, we rode replica bikes, but they had the big, gigantic, high bikes and stuff, because cycling was a big deal back in the 1890s. It was really huge, and for this ride to come out and have people come out with those kinds of bikes to ride, it was pretty neat.
In defense of the great continent, the United States is blessed to have such a great friend in the North. Trusted ally through many of our wars, Canada also believes in serving its veterans, who in turn continue to serve today. I am proud member of the detachment of Anabicus, of this great organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dominion President of the Army, Navy, Air Force Veterans in Canada, Annabeth Huron Berg.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess. National Commander Dillard, National Adjutant Wheeler, special guest, comrades all. It gives me great pleasure to join you in person, and I bring warm greetings on behalf of the executive and members of the Army, Navy, and Air Force veterans in Canada. Certainly, these past couple of years have created their challenges. We have had to adjust the way we communicate, assist, and advocate. We have embraced new technologies that have been able to bring us together, no matter the distance, to continue our work on behalf of our servicemen and women, our veterans and their families. We have forged partnerships and met colleagues from a variety of backgrounds and places whom we would not have otherwise had the opportunity to connect with, and that has brought about some positive outcomes and opportunities. For service organizations like ours that are community hubs for camaraderie, fellowship, and related events, the lockdowns, closures, mask mandates, and health-related concerns of the pandemic had devastating outcomes. To be honest, without federal grants from our government, many of our units wouldn't have survived the cost of utilities, mortgage, insurance payments, while having little or no income. It was amazing to see some of the innovation and dedication from our members, and I'm sure that down in your local post you saw much of the same thing. People coming together to make and deliver meals to veterans in their communities, the organization of buddy checks to make sure that people who were isolated and alone had someone checking up on them to see how they were doing. Innovative business decisions such as renting out our kitchens to restaurants that were forced to close and were now operating on only a delivery model. Harnessing the power of community support with weekly bottle drops and online fundraising. It is overwhelming the strength and resolve of our members to come up with new ideas, to adapt and transform in order to ensure that they continue to operate and continue to serve the veterans in their communities that need help. I can see not much is different across the border. Your American Legion's own Be the One campaign is encouraging you, its members, to step up, to reach out, to listen to those veterans who are struggling and aid them in getting the help they need, to speak out about your own struggles, and in doing so, helping to destigmatize mental health. Your help supporting veterans and their families in this way will save lives. It already has. By better understanding the effects that moral and post-traumatic stress injuries have on our servicemen and women, the more research can be done on therapies that may be beneficial in their treatment. Aiding your brothers and sisters in arms is the heart of what you do best. You were years ahead of Canada in your work in gender-specific healthcare benefits, and we continue to learn from your research and resolve to better support female veterans in treatment and transition, and to end this cycle of military sexual trauma within our armed forces. Back in Canada, we continue to work with our comrades in the Royal Canadian Legion and other veteran service organizations to ensure that our veterans, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and their families receive the benefits and services required to have a smooth transition from their service to country in uniform to their life as a civilian. We have struggled with several changes and iterations of our benefit structure over the past decades, trying to balance rehabilitation and reintegration with financial security and the need for better and more accessible mental health supports and treatments. Research on military and veterans' health has been radically expanding within our institutions, and we continue to share and garner similar knowledge and research from our allies, ensuring that our veterans and their families are quickly able to access the health benefits, treatments, and supports they require to successfully transition are top of the mind of our association, as is requiring that we have the safety nets in place to assist and safeguard them should they falter. We, along with our like-minded comrades, all continue to press our governments to ensure that the best mix of services and benefits are in place when and where they are needed. As much as has been accomplished, there is much more for us to do and learn from each other. May we continue to be allies and friends and continue the legacies that our forefathers passed down to us so that we may also pass the torch to the generations of the future. I thank you for having me here with you this week and for all your wonderful hospitality. God bless.
The Royal Canadian Legion is committed to make a difference in the lives of veterans and their families, providing essential services in their communities and remembering the men and women of Canada who has sacrificed for their country. The Dominion President was a member of the 3rd and 4th Battalions of the Royal Canadian Regiment. He retired from the Beachfield Volunteer Fire Department in London, Ontario, after 32 years of service. Please welcome the Royal Canadian Legion President, Bruce Julian.
Good afternoon. National Commander Dillard, National Vice Commanders, members of the leadership team, speakers, delegates, guests. I'm pleased to be here to be part of the 103rd National Convention here in scenic Milwaukee along the beautiful shores of Lake Michigan. It is a pleasure to bring greetings and congratulations from the members of the Royal Canadian Legion. Our two organizations have a close connection, and I'm looking forward to updating you and learning more about what you've been doing across your country over the past year. I can tell you our initiatives and programs keep us busy year-round in Canada. I'm going to share an overview of what we've been working on where we're headed. With our shared history and our common purpose in serving our veteran comrades, we have similar goals and programs that matter tremendously to those who we help. For the benefit of those who may not understand our structure, our organization has 10 independently run provincial commands based on geographic regions. We are headquartered in Ottawa, our nation's capital, and have a tremendous footprint of 1,350 branches across our country. Our focus is on serving our veterans, their families, and on promoting remembrance. We also support our country and our communities in many ways. I could talk at length, but I'm going to focus on 3 things: how we help our veterans on the ground, how we help veterans through our advocacy programs, and how we're modernizing to ensure we can continue to operate and fulfill our mission. On the ground, we have hundreds of service officers at branches, provincial commands, and at our national headquarters. They are the ones who sit down with our veterans, hear their stories, and provide them with immediate help. It might be emergency funding for food, or it might be filling out application forms for them so they can receive the government benefits for which they're all entitled. Over the past year, we've helped thousands. We regularly receive heartfelt thanks from our veterans, like a woman who reached out after being denied benefits due to a sexual assault during her service. We were able to get her both disability and treatment benefits, and she says it literally changed her life. For the past months, we've been able to wade through all the policy changes and new rules at Veterans Affairs Canada and actually reverse the outcomes for individuals whose benefit applications had been denied. It's this feedback and the positive outcomes that keep us energized and going. On the ground, we oversee initiatives such as our Leave the Streets Behind program, pioneered over a decade ago in our Ontario Command. It has grown to include several other regions. Multiple disciplinary teams are engaged to get veterans off the streets. This year, this fantastic program reached an amazing milestone in the province of Ontario alone. Through their endeavors, they have helped their 1,000th veteran. It's a bittersweet kind of victory, though. We've helped that many, but there are so many yet to help. Each year, we provide a $30,000 master scholarship to a student doing medical research. that will ultimately help our veterans. Last year, it related to chronic pain profile of Canadian Armed Forces members suffered by traumatic brain injury. We provide financial support for programs that help veterans' well-being, such as a fly fishing program, a concussion awareness program, and a resiliency training program. When it comes to our advocacy work, it is always active in the background. Sometimes it moves to the foreground via media reports and our own communications channels. Here's what we're currently working with. We're pushing hard for actions to help end a massive government backlog in the processing of veteran disability applications. The government did later announce it would be keeping additional temporary staff on board to combat this unacceptable situation. Our work also helped ensure veterans receive more immediate benefits for mental health challenges while they wait. We urged the federal government to do more to save the lives of Afghans who helped our forces during Canada's mission in that country. That situation currently remains in limbo, which is unacceptable. We pressed for strong action in the wake of revelations about sexual trauma cases within the Canadian Armed Forces. Since that time, our Minister of National Defence announced that the handling of such cases would be moved to the civilian justice system. And we pushed for recognition and reassessment for veterans deserving of honors such as the Canadian Victoria Cross. We're also advocating for veterans through our relationships with media, promoting good stories and becoming a resource for them. Recently, we spoke to media about our disagreement with plans to build a condo complex on the Juno Beach site in France, where Canadians and our allies landed on D-Day and gave their lives. We've publicly shared our views on a range of other topics, such as the desecration of our National War Memorial, where protesters and individuals used our National Memorial site as a place to take their grievances with government, something we've publicly condemned. We're calling for better security at the site where our fallen are honored and remembered. So how are we modernizing? We all know we must modernize and evolve with the times to attract and maintain members and volunteers, including serving and retired armed forces and members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police personnel. Ultimately, our members are the reason we can continue to help our veterans in the ways I've just described. We're modernizing by making it easier to join. We made the process simple with an online membership portal. Actually, 75% of our Legion memberships are now processed this way. We're modernizing by creating new initiatives for remembrance. Last year, we launched a collectible NFT. It was the beautiful online poppy image known as the Immortal Poppy. We helped drive donations to the Legion National Foundation charity through the digital poppy, which a donor can personalize. We further developed our touch-free pay tribute donation boxes to give donors another easy way to contribute. I'm pleased to say our annual Poppy campaign now exceeds over 100 corporate partners. And each year, we hold a virtual Poppy drop on our Parliament Hill Peace Tower and Senate building. This year, we engaged additional locations, such as the Olympic Cauldron in Vancouver, the CN Tower in Toronto, and we turned Niagara Falls Poppy red. They're helping to promote remembrance by lighting up their famous locations during the remembrance period. In the months and years ahead, we will be focused on both operational and advocacy work. The list is long, but here are a few of some of our targets. We will offer a new digital membership card to members who join or renew online, further reducing our environmental footprint. We will continue to push government for a robust homeless veteran strategy. We will keep a close eye on the development of support initiatives to help survivors of military sexual trauma. We will continue to push for the destigmatization of mental illness within the military, for a suicide prevention strategy, and for the development of national standards for service and companion dogs for veterans. We have launched marketing and communication plans to have us on track to help grow our membership for the first time in 30 years. Our membership currently is 7% above last year's total. Already this year, as compared to last, more than 25,000 new members have joined, and we expect this trend to continue. And I'm happy to announce that a third of these new members are under the 40 years of age demographic, which is exceptionally important for anybody wanting to continue a membership program and grow in the future. Before closing, I'd like to mention the Poppy of Remembrance and how ours is changing this year. We both share this most iconic of symbols. It's one of the best recognized symbols in Canada, and last year we celebrated its 100th anniversary. As you may know, it was a Canadian, a First World War doctor, Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, who wrote the famous poem In Flanders Fields, which eventually inspired the Poppy's role in remembrance. This year is his 150th birthday. So perhaps it's fitting that in 2022, we are making a dramatic change in the way we recreate our lapel poppies and our wreaths of remembrance. For the first time in nearly 100 years, these symbols will be biodegradable. Our team worked hard to source the most appropriate materials. Our poppy will remain its familiar shape and color, but will now be made of paper and cotton instead of plastic. And we will still have a metal pin on the center that can be recycled. It's a true milestone, and we're thrilled to share this information with you. Like the rest of the world, we faced unprecedented challenges when the pandemic hit. But I have tremendous admiration for our many members and volunteers, 250,000 of them, who continued to put others first. They came up with creative ideas like drive-through donation areas and drive-through meals. They did everything possible to ensure that no one was left behind and that our veterans continued to be served. And they continue to do that every day. COVID regulations are continuing to be relaxed, and it means the majority of our branches are now open again. I'm truly optimistic about our future, one that includes maintaining close ties with you, the American Legion, our partners, our friends, and our comrades. Friends, it's been a pleasure to be here at your convention. I thank you for the invitation for myself and my wife, Darlene, to be here. Again, thank you for the invitation. May God bless and keep you, and please enjoy the rest of your convention. Thank you very much.
The website for the Royal British Legion states that the organization supports serving and ex-serving personnel all year round, every day of the week. This sounds like another group that we all know. Its national chairman served previously as a Royal British Legion trustee. He has run his own marketing firm and represents the Royal British Legion's interest across the United Kingdom and internationally. Please give a warm welcome to the Royal British Legion National Chairman, Jason Coward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be here and thank National Commander Dillard for his extremely kind and gracious invitation. The Royal British Legion is now 101 years old and stands shoulder to shoulder with you, our American friends, in promoting and supporting the ongoing and ever-changing needs of all those who have served and their families. Support for our cause, thankfully, continues to grow in the UK, and we continue to constantly update our offering to those with mental health and physical injuries caused by their service. As the UK's largest military charity by far, we increasingly find ourselves supporting smaller organisations, tackling issues such as PTSD, recovery and housing, as well as funding and expanding our own extensive programme of welfare work, ranging from short-term hardship grants to long-term care home support for ex-service personnel, and even theatre performance programmes through our Bravo 21 company. This last year has seen us rethink some of our welfare priorities post the COVID-19 lockdown and following new data we have gathered from a set of service-related questions that now appear in the UK government census form, a major achievement for our Royal British Legion policy team through very, very tough and ongoing lobbying of the UK government. We have expanded our award-winning Alzheimer's services to start to tackle this ever-growing need amongst our veteran community. And we continue to make provision for any medical needs specifically linked to military service, be that state-of-the-art hearing aids or more bespoke, higher-grade prosthetics than state medical provision would otherwise provide. The multiple benefits of physical recovery programs continue to provide significant and encouraging results in improving life incomes, both physical and mental. Battleback, our primary facility in this space, offers week-long residential programs that are bringing a refocusing out of what otherwise can sometimes seem like a directionless future. And that same belief in the power of physical recovery has seen us to continue to fund both many of our veteran Paralympians and this year to proudly take over the entire UK team funding for the Invictus Games, next due to take place in Düsseldorf, Germany in November 2023. We are continuing to seek new ways to boost our Legion membership by rethinking the way we operate across the country and what we offer without losing the great power of community that brings our Legion branches together to be their very best on behalf of our service community. We continue to be supported by those who have served and increasingly by those who haven't. Membership last year peaked at 43% of members who had never served. Growing and nurturing membership and the support and comradeship it brings is a challenge that is not going away, as I'm sure you all recognise. My wife Lorraine and I are very much looking forward to learning from your own American Legion experiences and to meeting as many of you as possible on this short trip. Believe me, we'll take back all of the good ideas we hear and look forward to continuing to share and learn best practice with you, our American Legion friends. I close by offering heartfelt and fulsome greetings from the Royal British Legion, from our British military community, and our Legion members across the UK. It's a delight to be here with you. Thank you very much.
Taiwan is a nation that is always vigilant because of its proximity to an increasingly aggressive communist China. The Taiwanese military is prepared for an attack that could come at any time. The Taiwanese people also know that taking care of veterans is an important priority when fielding a strong defense. Our next speaker was a member of the 2nd and 3rd Taiwan National Assembly and was Executive Secretary of the Taiwan Labor Front. Please welcome the Deputy Minister of the Veterans Affairs Council for the Republic of China, Wen Chun-li.
很谢谢迪拉的总会长、各位贵宾以及在座各位美国的英雄英雌们，大家好！很荣幸接受邀请，参加各位，仅代表我们洪主委向大会表示诚挚的敬意。
National Commander Dillard, distinguished guests, and all the American heroes, good afternoon. First, I want to thank you for inviting President of ROC, Ms. Tsai, for the video remark at 2019's National Commander. We are proud of that. Furthermore, I appreciate you for passing the support ROC resolution each year.
本月初，美国众议院议长弗勒西女士一行访问台湾，用行动表示对台湾民主的支持。中国就在他离境后，与台湾周遭展开军事演习。接着又有2个美国的访问团来访问台湾，中国有2度在台海周边实施军事演习，不惜破坏台海的现状。这蛮横的程度，美国及民主国家政府都不能接受，相信在座各位也不能接受。试想，如果国会邀请我们蔡总统视讯致辞，甚至亲临年会来致辞，北京也用军事演习来事后，各位能接受吗？
At the beginning of this month, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's delegation visited Taiwan to honor and reaffirm the U.S. commitment to Taiwan. China conducted a military drill around Taiwan right after she left. After that, there are another 2 U.S. Congress delegations visited Taiwan, and China conducted 2 other military drills without hesitation to disrupt the cross-strait status quo. No democratic country would accept its reckless behavior. I believe you would accept neither. Let me put it this way. Would you get it if American Legion invited President Tsai to make a video or even an in-person remark, and Peking declare a military drill consequently?
历史的教训是，英法姑息希特勒，结果发生2次世界大战；北约姑息俄罗斯，结果爆发俄乌战争。如果民主国家也姑息习近平，结果不问可知。
From the lessons of history, we learned that when both Britain and France compromised Adolf Hitler's aggression, caused World War II, NATO compromised Russia, which caused the war between Russia and Ukraine. The consequence is straightforward. If all the democratic allies compromise with Xi Jinping, Chairman.
蔡总统已经宣示，我们自己的国家自己救，我们不会欺负，一如乌克兰。 但我们也如乌克兰一样，无法独立对抗中国的侵略。在此，我们要迫切地呼吁贵会继续通过支持中华民国决议文，并以贵会庞大的影响力影响美国政府及国会。我相信各位都同意，我们保障的不是台海的安全，也是人类的自由民主的生活方式。再次的谢谢贵会对台湾的支持。
ROC President Tsai has declared that we will fight for our own country and not surrender to China, as Ukraine did to Russia. However, our situation is same as the Ukraine, that we are unable to against China's invasion alone. I sincerely urge American Legion to continuously pass the resolution to support ROC Taiwan and use your very influential to voice for Taiwan. I'm sure you will agree that you are maintaining the cross-strait stability and the freedom of democracy of our living. Thanks again for your continuous support. I wish you a very fruitful and successful National Convention and every one of you in good spirits and health.
最后我要代表我们洪主委颁给我们退伍会最高荣誉1等荣光奖章给我们的迪拉子总会长。
Now, on behalf of the Minister and General Fong, I would like to present National Commander Dillard with the Medal of Honor from Veterans Affairs Council. I will read the citation. Certificate of award to accompany the presentation of the Medal of Honor of Veterans Affairs Council to Mr. Paul E. Dillard, National Commander, American Legion of the United States of America, in recognition of his dedication in upholding international justice and in safeguarding international status of the Republic of China and in improving welfare of the veterans. A Medal of Honor Veterans Affairs Council, First Class, is hereby awarded on the date of the 30th day of August in the year of 2022. General Ken Fong, Minister, Veterans Affairs Council, Republic of China.
A scheduling conflict prevents General Kim, the chairman of the Korean Veterans Association, from being with us, but he does send his greetings and well wishes. A Marine Corps veteran and a member of American Legion Post 68 in Sullivan, Illinois. Our next guest is Vice President General of the National Society of the Sons of the American Revolution, a patriot organization composed entirely of descendants of America's Revolutionary War veterans. He is also the president of the Illinois Society of the Sons of the American Revolution. Please welcome Vice President General Toby Chamberlain.
Thank you, Commander Dillard, for that introduction. And good afternoon, Legionnaires. On behalf of President General Bruce Pickett and the National Society Sons of the American Revolution, I want to thank Commander Dillard for his invitation to bring greetings from the Sons of the American Revolution to you. I am honored to do so, and I want to thank all of you for your hospitality. Our two organizations have a common goal of supporting patriotic education and remembering the sacrifices of our ancestors. We both hold to the principles of liberty, freedom, and our constitutional republic. We both honor and support our veterans. From Bunker Hill to Baghdad, there's always been a select group of Americans willing to fight and possibly die for a cause greater than their self-preservation. We endeavor to serve these veterans as well as they serve their nation. We endeavor to serve these veterans. Born of their extraordinary accomplishments comes from our extraordinary obligations to them. For those accomplishments and for their dedication, we must always be grateful. May God bless the American Legion, the Sons of the American Revolution, and the United States of America. Commander Dillard, would you join with me? It is my great pleasure to present you yes, with the Sons of the American Revolution Distinguished Patriotic Leadership Award on behalf of the 37,000 members of the SAR. This is in recognition of your support to veterans and their families. This award is given only by the President General and can only be given once during his term of office. Guys in my posts wish they were here.
A veteran of the U.S. Navy, our next guest served as a submariner and diver, taking part in multiple deployments in support of the global war on terrorism. He earned a Bachelor's of Science degree at Florida State University and a Master of Public Administration at Syracuse University. Please welcome the President and CEO of Student Veterans of America, Jared Lyne.
Good afternoon. So I bring you greetings from Student Veterans of America's national headquarters in Washington, D.C., and on behalf of our 750,000 student veterans on one of our over 1,500 campus chapters in all 50 states, US territories, and 3 countries overseas, I say hello, and it's good to be amongst my fellow Legionnaires. In addition, I'd like to thank you all for getting me out of Washington, D.C. for a couple of days. So Student Veterans of America is committed to acting as a catalyst for student veteran success by providing the resources, network support, and advocacy to, through, and beyond higher education. Believe it or not, SVA is just a little younger than the American Legion, and we'll celebrate our 15th birthday in January at our 15th National Conference. And since our founding in 2008, our success and ability to meet our mission has been compounded by the excellent relationship that we have with all of you in the American Legion. So backstage a little earlier, I was chatting with Shannon and Joe Sharp from your DC office, and as a Legionnaire, they asked me where my cap was. So I have to embarrassingly admit to everyone, when I joined the Legion, my hair was a little bit longer, and I may have had a ponytail at the time. So my cap no longer fits, but I'm gonna fix that and make sure that I get a new one. I've been to this convention quite a few times, and usually when I present to all of y'all, I talk about what SVA is doing to empower our nation's student veterans and their family members to, through, and beyond higher education. But over this past year, as we've come out of the pandemic, I've had the chance to reflect on our partnership with the American Legion and what this community has collectively accomplished. And that's what I'd like to talk to you a little bit about today. As I mentioned earlier, SVA will turn 15 years old this January. And in that time, over 1 million veterans have used their GI Bill to pursue higher education. At a foundational level, these past 15 years, and the veterans who have benefited from the post-9/11 GI Bill are only possible because of the American Legion. I'm sharing nothing new with this room when I praise the ingenuity of a former American Legion National Commander, Harry W. Comary, in drafting what would become the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944. But I don't know if we, collectively, have taken a minute to bridge what his work and what it means for the American Legion and for student veterans of America today. At SVA, we strive to build on the honor and the legacy of service and commitment to education that Harry W. Comary established. It's why our partnership means so much to me. We, together, represent what Comary envisioned when he penned the original GI Bill, a community of veterans empowered and uplifted by higher education, serving our fellow veterans, and ensuring a brighter future for all Americans. That almost sounds too lofty to be true, but I promise you it's not. In fact, there are a few people here at this convention today who are tangible representatives of the legacy of Comary and the bridge between the American Legion and Student Veterans of America. Those people include Addie Thampi, founder of the Irvine Valley College SVA chapter and former SVA chapter president and now legislative associate for the American Legion, advocating for disability and memorial affairs. Matthew Brennan, former SVA chapter president at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and now the education policy associate at the American Legion. Ashley Gobarja, former SVA chapter member and scholarship awardee, current public affairs specialist with the VA, and current host of the Tango Alpha Lima podcast, an all-around veteran rock star storyteller. And lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't end with sharing the story of a good friend of mine, John Kamen. Kamen was a chapter leader at American University in Washington, D.C., and actively engaged with SVA headquarters in some of our earliest days. We were lucky to have him join our headquarters staff after serving several roles before he joined the American Legion in the Washington, D.C. office. Since joining the Legion staff, Kamen has testified before Congress. He's met with leaders across the executive branch and advocated for numerous legislative and regulatory changes that benefit millions of veterans. But his most recent work deserves its own moment of appreciation. As a grassroots coordinator, Kamen built an online campaign that sent 34,000 messages to Congress in support of the Honoring Our PAC Act. 34,000 messages. Can you imagine being on Capitol Hill when tens of thousands of Legionnaires made their voices heard? The PAC Act is one of the largest expansions of VA benefits to date, is now law. Cayman, your grassroots leadership played not only a small part in making that possible, but I don't think I'm making too big of a leap in saying that your career with SVA and now with the American Legion laid a strong foundation to make that possible. So I'd not only like to thank John, but today is John Cayman's birthday, so if we could give John Cayman a round of applause. So folks like Ashley, Addie, Matthew, and Cayman have contributed to our community in unique ways, but they all share a few traits. They started their careers in the military, they led their SVA chapters while on campus, and are now serving veterans as a part of our American Legion. Our partnership makes this possible. Our shared commitment to veterans and higher education, to seeing veterans as a leadership solution that America needs, and making the careers of Ashley, Addie, Matthew, and Cayman, and those former student veterans unnamed here at this convention, as well as those from across the country like them, it's made it possible. Beyond the stories of the leaders that I've shared with you today, our collective work of the American Legion and Student Veterans of America together has advanced conversations and legislation on closing the 90-10 loophole to ensure student veterans are not the target of predatory schools. A shout out to Will Hubbard, who's also here for that work. Improving the GI Bill benefit eligibility for members of the National Guard and Reserve, protecting GI Bill students from losing their housing and tuition payments at the onset of the global pandemic, and improving the post-9/11 GI Bill through the Harry W. Comary Veterans Education Act of 2017, or as we like to call it, the Forever GI Bill, which just celebrated its 5-year anniversary. That list is far from comprehensive, but it's an account of what our shared history has led to. But it does illustrate the value of investing our time and our resources to secure a better present and future for all veterans. Sharing the success and impact of our work is not meant to imply that our job is done, however. In fact, quite the opposite. I share the names of the leaders and a short list of the accomplishments that we've done together to encourage and inspire our work to continue together to address the challenges that all veterans will face moving forward. The world as we've known it has fundamentally changed over the last few years. Shifts in our economy, global healthcare challenges, racial and social justice issues, and 1,000 other things that you're all thinking about as I say challenges and complex problems. These problems affect all veterans. They also affect all Americans, and oftentimes they affect our global community. We, together, must remain committed to cultivating future leaders like those that I've highlighted here today, and the millions more veterans who will serve as leaders to come. Doing this will bring energy and innovation so that we might continue solving these challenges as a collective community. Collectively, we can continue to solve the problems that our future will bring. I'm physically here to show SVA's commitment towards the promise of our shared work, and I look forward to working alongside all of you here at the American Legion to realize our continued potential. It's an honor to work alongside the American Legion for the last 15 years, and I cannot wait to see what the next 15 years of partnership brings us. I would like to take a last minute here to ensure that you all receive an invitation and a welcome to attend SVA's 15th National Conference, held at Disney's Coronado Springs, Florida, from January 5th to the 7th. And it's a premier opportunity to engage with student veterans from across the country. We've always appreciated a strong American Legion presence at our national conference, especially from the post level, and I hope to see you all this year. I'd again like to thank the American Legion for welcoming me here to your national convention and welcoming SVA chapter leaders to your posts across the nation and welcoming the promise of our shared potential. And though I've been a member of the American Legion for some time, I am officially becoming a Puffle. So I just wanted to share that with all of you first. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for your support of veterans in higher education. Thanks.
way too long I've had old memories that
My daughter was the one who really made it hit home for me when I came back from my last deployment in Afghanistan. She was the one who looked at me and said, "You're here," but my mommy never came back.
I came to Boulder Crest because I had reached a point in my life where things were getting desperate internally, and because the way I was getting it done wasn't getting it done.
I didn't want to be here anymore. I was so ashamed of everybody that I'd hurt, the lives that I'd destroyed. I hated myself more than anyone could ever hate me. And the answer in the medical community is, let's medicate you. Let's not answer this. So why do I feel this way? And no one could give you an answer. So we went about it, forming this program. It wasn't what's wrong, it's just what happened. And how do we grow from that tsunami of that internal tension, that struggle, right, that just breaks us to our knees? Because it's never about one thing, it's a series of things that then drop us, and we can't cope anymore. We can't even live. We've curled up in here and completely shut this down.
I was a little apprehensive coming in the beginning because it really is a challenge to be vulnerable and to open yourself up. And here on day 5, I never would have imagined that in 5 days that my life and my feelings could change so drastically.
This isn't a retreat. This isn't something that you just come to, go hunting for the weekend, and then go home with a feel-good and no follow-on.
Well, it's 48 modules, and it's 74 contact hours in this 1 week, and 31 wellness practices. And so incorporated in these 7 days is an education teaching us what's going on inside of us with all of this, so we understand what's happening. And then understand where we've gone with our emotions. So here we form a fire team, and what happens is we all have shared experiences. We're all walking the same path, if you will.
We had a journey, which we're on now. We're on a new path. And at the top of that journey, we were able to look at the view of our new future by looking forward and living forward and only using our past as a reference instead of living in our past.
Why didn't anybody ever tell me that you're going to train me for this? It's going to be confirmed by my experiences, and when I come home to this new environment, all that training and experiences are now my enemy. They're not my friend. And I need to learn to respond to life and not react to life. But you train me to react really well. So thus, this program to teach us to respond so that we can create some capacity in our lives and slow ourselves down, and thus the journey of post-traumatic growth.
You know, so many have been diagnosed with PTSD, and the focus of the program is changing that mindset and the focus to that post-traumatic growth mindset. There's a whole bunch of possibilities that open up to them and to all of us that might not have been visible before.
It's pretty amazing how we're learning how to look at things differently, to look at the positive side of stuff.
But it wasn't really until I went through my own program, which is actually almost exactly a year ago, I started to change my perspective. I had that solid foundation now. We hear it over and over again. You know, you've got to take care of yourself before you can take care of anybody else. I know what life is like without that, and I know what life is like with it. And I've had that experience for a year, and I know that I'd much rather be on the side with it than without it.
The peer-to-peer work we did on today, which is day 5, involved role play, which is not something I'm very comfortable with. To be honest, coming in, I kind of figured we would get to things like that, and I found it silly and I don't want to say beneath me, but something I wasn't ready to participate in. And the first 4 days shed me of that opinion of it.
You know, although this is an 18-month program, it's a lifetime of changes.
Now we have those shared experiences like we did in combat. Now we lean into one another and help each other because we love each other. This is who we are. So when they walk out of here after 7 days, they now have a new community. 7 days gets our feet on the path. 18 months is the program for us to form that community, bond, have peer-to-peer understanding of one another, and lead each other back into the light so we can live the life that we deserve.
Now with the practices that I've learned, through Boulder Crest. It's given me the ability to where now I can go home, and when I see my wife, who I miss dearly, along with my daughter, I won't just be physically present there, I'll be mentally present there.
We're here to understand that we've changed. Now, with training, who do I get a chance to be? Because if I can understand who I am, if I can self-regulate, if I can disclose this, I have an opportunity to write a new story and determine who I want to be. Because if I continue down this road, post-traumatic stress owns the pen. It's going to continue to write my life, and it's an ugly story. But if you give me a chance to live, and live in post-traumatic growth and have confidence in myself again, I get to take that pen, and by God, I'm going to write an epic.
In the earth, way, way down in the burial ground, in the burial ground.
The American Legion has a strong and mutually beneficial relationship with the organization represented by our next guest. USAA, like the American Legion, cares about financial security for families of current military members and of veterans from previous generations. The Vice President of Infrastructure Services for USAA is a retired Brigadier General of the United States Air Force, whose career includes 2 squadron commands, 2 group commands, and a wing command and headquarters staff for the Air Force and Secretary of Defense. Please give a warm welcome to Brigadier General Mitchell Bitterhoff.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commander Dillard, for your welcome and introduction. Honorable members of the American Legion, the Legion Auxiliary, and Sons of the American Legion, I am honored to join you here today for your 103rd National Convention and to speak to you on behalf of USAA. I bring you warm greetings from our CEO, Wayne Peacock, and our 38,000 employees who make up the USAA team and who work tirelessly every day to serve the financial needs of 13 million members of our nation's military and their families. We thank you for your service to our country and for all that you do for our nation's veterans and their families. The impact of your continued leadership and civic contributions is seen and felt all across the nation. Your motto, Veterans Strengthening America, is evident in many ways, including the 4.4 million hours of volunteer community service, which you record each year by the American Legion posts across the nation. These hours represent countless examples of selfless service, including most recently right here in Milwaukee, where many of you volunteered your time over the last few days to spruce up the revered War Memorial Center with needed improvements, including touch-up painting, red granite vehicle barriers, bearing the service branch logos, and black marble benches, and then pulling weeds, removing weeds from the landscaping, power spraying and removing debris from between the bricks of the Vietnam War Memorial. Your contributions to the Milwaukee War Memorial, a landmark that has stood for 65 years, honoring our nation's fallen, and serving as a hub for veterans activity, only scratches the surface of the multitude of ways the American Legion supports causes larger than yourselves and inspires others to serve in our communities and to serve in our country. Just like the American Legion, USAA is grounded in and committed to serving the military and their families. Having just celebrated USAA's 100th year anniversary this past June, Just 3 years after the American Legion's centennial celebration, our organizations share a common history, not only in our tenure, but in our mission and our legacy. For the past 12 years, USAA and the American Legion has cemented a strong relationship to jointly execute on the shared values of serving our nation's veterans. And like you, we are also looking forward to the next 100 years, with focus to sustain the vision of those 25 Army officers who founded USAA in 1922. Our employees give their all to deliver on that vision every day, not only to serve the day-to-day financial needs of military families, but also in initiatives like our Recycled Rides 100-car giveaway program that is one of the hallmarks of USA's centennial celebration. The National Auto Body Council Recycled Rides allows insurers, collision repair shops, paint suppliers, parts vendors, and other industry partners to repair and donate vehicles to deserving service members and service organizations in local communities throughout the country. Through this program, USAA committed to donate 100 vehicles to 100 active duty service members and veterans who have fallen on hard times. We believe having reliable transportation is an important step toward financial security and are proud to be well into the midst of these donations. We will deliver our 100th vehicle before the end of this year. Another area of shared goals is helping veterans find and transition to meaningful jobs with employers who understand and value the skills of military service members. It's no secret that finding employment for veterans comes with its unique challenges associated with translating military skills and jargon into the private sector lingo. Both the American Legion and USAA have worked with the Hiring Our Heroes program, offering job fairs and numerous other services and initiatives aimed at reducing veteran unemployment and helping veterans transition to civilian life. Additionally, USAA and the USAA Foundation have contributed more than $16.6 million since 2018 to national nonprofit organizations that provide fellowships, career training, entrepreneurship support, transition workshops, and mentoring for nearly 1 million transitioning active duty veterans and military spouses. Through these initiatives, we are proud to report that more than 7,000 veterans, military spouses, guardsmen, and reservists are part of the USAA employee family, and we are committed to hiring even more. In 1945, President Harry S. Truman stated, "Our debt to the heroic men and valiant women in the service of our country can never be repaid. They have earned our undying gratitude." President Truman is but one of many leaders throughout history who have proclaimed our nation's obligation to take care of our veterans and chip away at the debt owed for their sacrifices. As a nation, as the American Legion, and as USAA, we must keep veteran care and support at the top of our priorities. You, the members of the American Legion, have consistently done that for more than 100 years, and I am moved and inspired in knowing you will maintain this momentum for now and many years to come. USAA is honored to support you, veterans who know firsthand the meaning of sacrifice, in setting the example that honors those who have gone above and beyond, and in doing so are strengthening America. Thank you for this great honor to join you today and be part of this conference. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless our veterans. And most importantly, may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Commander, my honor to be the first to congratulate you.
It is indeed an honor and privilege to be elected your national commander of this great organization. As we continue to build a foundation for the future, we will ensure no veteran left behind. Well, one of the things is kind of like my theme this year, no veteran left behind, where President Lincoln says, care for those that bore in the battle, and for his widow, and for his orphan. There's a lot to that, the strength that he was giving toward the care of our veterans. And today, on behalf of our comrades from the newest era, we implore Congress to deliver long overdue relief, assistance and recognition for veterans who suffer due to the exposure to the toxic fumes burn pits in the Middle East. And for sick veterans exposed to radiation from atomic testing, time is of essence for the PACT Act. Make no mistake, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. A pact is a promise, a solemn promise we must honor. Vietnam War veterans who fell ill from Agent Orange exposure often had to wait decades for care or benefits, if they survived at all. Thousands who were contaminated still wait for acknowledgement and accountability. We simply cannot pass along this shameful legacy of inaction to a new generation. It is the most comprehensive toxic exposure bill to ever pass either chamber of Congress. It will provide health care for over 3.5 million veterans who were exposed to contaminants during the Gulf War, the war on terrorism, atomic testing, and cleanup operations. Many were exposed to environmental hazards just by being stationed in certain areas over documented times. This legislation can be a legacy and remembrance for all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice due to the poisons of war. We have spent trillions rebuilding other countries from the ravages of war. These men and women, however, are also a cost of war, and those bills must be paid. Our next speaker, I don't have to introduce him, you know him after that video. The video you just saw was supposed to be my year in review, but we're not done yet. We're still going to have a lot of excitement over the next 2 days. American Legion family, delegates, and guests, we did it, you did it. The American Legion Auxiliary did it, the Sons of the American Legion did it. Thanks to your congressional visits, letters, phone calls, emails, and hard work, the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson promised to address Comprehensive Toxic Bill of 2022 is now law. It would not have passed Congress without you. As a former vice president once said about another major health care law, it's a big blanking deal. Now, an estimated 3.5 million veterans exposed to burn pits can get the benefits they deserve. The same goes for those exposed to Agent Orange, radiation, and other poisons and toxins. When I ran for National Commander, I did so on the platform of no veteran left behind. The PACT Act will ensure that millions will not be. But there will always be more work to do. On December the 1st, 2021, I issued a news release calling for our federal government to remain open. Though a budget agreement was reached, it should not have come down to the final days and hours for us to wonder whether the flag we fought under has a functional government backing it. Congress still has not passed legislation guaranteeing that our Coast Guard will be paid during the government shutdown. During the government shutdown of 2019, the brave men and women of that service continued to defend our shores and perform search and rescues while their paycheck was unfairly held hostage. It was the American Legion, through what is now the Veterans and Children's Foundation, that provided more than $1 million of temporary financial assistance to Coast Guard families in need during stressful time. Through the assistance called temporary, these are grants that do not require repayment. This is a type of service your American Legion provides to our country and our communities. This is just another example how we are veterans strengthening America. Even so, Congress should ensure that our troops never again experience pay interruptions and pass legislation to ensure funding for our Coast Guard and all other military branches during these political squabbles. This was a year in which veterans achieved 2 significant victories in the U.S. Supreme Court. In Texas versus Torres, the court ruled that a former state trooper had the right to sue his state after it refused to rehire and accommodate him following health conditions that were incurred while he was deployed. The ruling was a perfect response to National Resolution 85, passed at our Reno Convention in 2017, which calls for the strengthening of reemployment rights for Guard and Reserve members returning from deployment. It is just another example of our American Legion delegates being ahead of our public policymakers. The other Supreme Court ruling this year that we applaud protects the right of a high school coach to pray on the football field during games. The coach happened to be a veteran, though we support the right of all Americans to practice their faith in a manner that is guaranteed by our First Amendment. When veterans are denied their constitutional rights, it meets my definition of veterans left behind. During my acceptance remarks a year ago, I pointed out that more than 114,000 veterans have taken their lives since 9/11. Now it is undoubtedly higher. Going forward, you're going to hear a lot about the American Legion pledge to be the one, and how we ask all Americans to be the one to stop veteran suicide. Jack Power of St. Petersburg, Florida, attempted suicide when he knew he was about to be homeless due to undiagnosed PTSD. In a letter published in August issue of the American Legion magazine, he wrote, and I quote, "Most days I am grateful I survived. Thanks to VA treatment, I was able to reconstruct my life," unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have buddy checks. This is why it is so important that we check on the welfare of our fellow veterans. Very few of us are professional therapists, but we do know how to listen and ensure that a veterans in crisis get to the VA or other qualified counselors. We do these things because we are committed to the cause of helping veterans. I own an insurance agency and know that having a good product is not enough. You have to sell it. That means engaging with your customers and potential customers. Signing up a new member is only a Band-Aid approach. If you don't make that member feel welcome, attend a couple of post meetings with those members. Sit next to them. Don't just call them when it's time to collect dues. If they feel like family, they will stay in the family. We are still the largest veterans organization, but we need to be a lot larger. I've seen the love that the public has for the American Legion. You can see it in the crowds that root for our race team. I attended the dedication of Theodore Roosevelt Jr. Statue of Liberty at Normandy this year. You can see the love the French have for our American Legion founder and our country, as well as flags were waving everywhere. You can see the love that Americans have for us every time we send their most precious resources, their children, to participate in American Legion program. You can see the love and gratitude veterans have for our organization every time a service officer helps them successfully obtain the benefits which they've earned. We need to do a better job codifying their love into membership. Even people who are not eligible are usually close to someone who is. And with the Legion Act, millions and millions of people are eligible to be members of the American Legion family. This year, we have returned to normalcy. I had a few scheduled visits canceled due to the pandemic, but for the most part, Americans are back out in the public. All of our national youth programs have returned, and meetings are back to being in person. The COVID-induced membership slide is over. We cannot use the coronavirus as an excuse to not recruit and renew. A couple of years ago, our National Executive Committee adopted Veterans Strengthening America as the official marketing motto of the American Legion. In order for the organization to truly strengthen America, it will take many of us. A larger American Legion is a stronger American Legion, and a stronger American Legion means a stronger America. God bless you all. God bless our American Legion family, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of our convention. Thank you. Before we hear our next couple of reports, with those who plan to present donations to the Veterans and Children's Foundation, American Legion Charities, and the National Emergency Fund, please begin gathering through this exit over here, Backstage Center. I also hope you've had a chance to visit. It's not back there. It's back there now. I also hope you have had the chance to visit the 1919 Society booth in the back of the hall. Do so if you get a chance. I now call on the National Adjutant Daniel S. Wheeler of the Department of Virginia to issue the call for convention.
Call for the 103rd Annual National Convention of the American Legion. The 103rd Annual National Convention of the American Legion is hereby called to meet in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30 through September 1st, 2022. The convention business sessions will be held in the Wisconsin Center starting at 8:00 a.m. each day. Purpose: the Annual National Convention is the American Legion's legislative body. The convention is called for the purpose of setting the American Legion's programs for the ensuing year, amending the national constitution and bylaws, and transacting such other business as may be brought before it. On Thursday, September 1, 2022, by 12:00 noon of the final session, or at the conclusion of all other business of the National Convention, whichever first occurs, officers for the ensuing year will be elected, these being the National Commander and 5 National Vice Commanders in that sequence. Representation. Representation in the convention shall be by department, and in accordance with the provisions of the National Constitution, Article 5, Section 3, quote, each department shall be entitled to 5 delegates and 1 additional delegate for each 1,000 members or major fraction thereof, whose current dues have been received by the National Treasurer 30 days prior to the meeting of said convention, August 1, 2022, and whose registration fees, as fixed by the National Executive Committee for its total authorized delegate strength, have been paid, and to 1 alternate for each delegate, end quote. In addition to the above, the members of the National Executive Committee are delegates to the National Convention with vote, which shall be exercised with their respective departments, except that the vote of the National Commander shall be exercised only in his capacity as Chairman of the National Convention, end quote, Article 7, Section 3. Quote, each duly registered delegate shall be entitled to 1 vote, end quote, Article 5, Section 4. Delegates to the National Convention shall be accredited in writing to the National Adjutant in the number and manner prescribed by Articles 5, 6, and 7 of our national Constitution. The rights of the Department to make and accredit substitutes for absentee delegates or alternate delegates shall be recognized by the National Adjutant, provided that such substitution shall be officially certified by the Department Commander or Department Adjutant at the time of the certification required by the National Constitution or at any time prior to adjournment of the first session of the National Convention. Alternate delegates. Alternates shall have the power to vote only in the absence of regular delegates. The selection of alternates to represent absent delegates is a matter of decision within the respective delegations. The votes of any registered absent delegates who are not represented by an alternate shall be cast by the majority of the registered delegates present from his or her department. National Executive Committee. A meeting of the new National Executive Committee will be held at the call of the National Commander within 24 hours after the adjournment of the National Convention as provided by the national bylaws. Department officials. Department officials, unless elected as delegates or alternates to the National Convention, have no privileges in the convention except as the guest of their respective delegations. Convention committees. Americanism Convention Committee. Americanism Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Children and Youth Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Constitutional Amendments Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Credential and Rules Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Finance Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Internal Affairs Convention Committee. Membership Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Other Internal Matters Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Legislative Convention Committee, 1 delegate. National Security Convention Committee. Aerospace Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Conventional Armed Forces Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Foreign Relations Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Law and Order and Homeland Security Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Military Benefits and Quality of Life Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. National Guard and Reserve Forces Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Unconventional Forces and Intelligence Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Convention Committee. Health Administration Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. National Cemetery Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Veterans Benefits Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Veterans Employment and Education Convention Committee. Employment and Veterans Preference Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Veterans Education, Other Benefits, and Homelessness Convention Subcommittee, 1 delegate. Signed, Paul E. Dillard, National Commander. Attest, Daniel S. Wheeler, National Adjutant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adjutant. I now declare the 103rd Annual National Convention of the American Legion to be regularly convened. The chair recognizes George West of New Hampshire, Chairman of National Convention Committee on Credentials and Rules, for the purpose of making a report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Commander Dillard and my fellow delegates. There were 35 delegates to the Committee on Credentials and Rules, which met at 8:30 a.m. August 28, 2022, in the Hilton, Milwaukee Walker Room, 4th floor. A quorum was declared. George West of New Hampshire was elected chairman, and C.W. Sparks of Texas was elected secretary. The committee then proceeded to the business agenda by considering the rules of the convention. A motion was unanimously approved by the committee to adopt the approved revised edition of the May 10-11, 2017 Standing Rules of the Convention as they appear in the Uniform Code of Procedures for Organizing National Conventions of the American Legion, which you will find today printed on page 23 in this year's National Convention Guidebook. It was regularly moved, seconded, and carried to accept the delegate strength report as reported by the National Adjutant certifying membership 30 days prior to National Convention, which is based upon the provisions of Section 3, Article 5 of the National Constitution, which the National Adjutant just stated in the call for convention. In accordance with the membership report certified to the Convention Committee on Credentials and Internal Affairs by the National Adjutant on August 2nd, 2022, and in accordance with Article 5 of the National Constitution, the voting strength of the 55 departments is 1,999 plus the National Commander for a total of 2,000 delegates to the National Convention. They are allocated as follows: Alabama, 25, Alaska, 13, Arizona, 46, Arkansas, 17, California, 89, Colorado, 27, Connecticut, 23, Delaware, 16, District of Columbia, 7, Florida, 123, France, 9, Georgia, 47, Hawaii, 8, Idaho, 16, Illinois, 76, Indiana, 75, Iowa, 45, Kansas, 28, Kentucky, 24, Louisiana, 23, Maine, 23, Maryland, 52, Massachusetts, 38, Mexico, 7, Michigan, 68, Minnesota, 70, Mississippi, 17, Missouri, 39, Montana, 16, Nebraska, 32, Nevada, 14, New Hampshire, 21, New Jersey, 44, New Mexico, 16, New York, 94, North Carolina, 45, North Dakota, 18, Ohio, 89, Oklahoma, 21, Oregon, 23, Pennsylvania, 137, Philippines, 7, Puerto Rico, 10, Rhode Island, 11, South Carolina, 29, South Dakota, 23, Tennessee, 30, Texas, 68, Utah, 13, Vermont, 15, Virginia, 53, Washington, 30, West Virginia, 21, Wisconsin, 56, and Wyoming, 12. The Credentials and Rules Committee did not receive any resolutions for consideration of action to be taken. It was also regularly moved, seconded, and carried that the committee chairman and secretary be authorized to sign the report on behalf of the committee. Commander, as a duly elected and registered delegate from the Department of New Hampshire, I move that the report of the Convention Committee on Credentials and Rules, to include the aforementioned delegate strength report and the adoption of the standing rules of the Convention as they appear in the Uniform Code of Procedures for Organizing National Conventions of the American Legion, be approved.
I have a motion, and I have a second to approve the report. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor sign of aye. Opposed, nays. Report is adopted.
Thank you, Commander, for the privilege of making that report, and also thank you for a year of professional leadership to us all. Thank you, sir.
George. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt the rules of the convention. So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'm sorry.
Hearing none. All those in favor sign of aye. Opposed, nays. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Commander.
Rules of the convention are adopted. Thank you,
sir.
George.
Thank you for the
Thank you. The chair recognizes Gaither M. Keener, Jr. of North Carolina, Chairman of the National Convention Committee on Finance, for the purpose of making a report.
Thank you, Commander. Commander, delegates to this convention, 34 members met at the Hilton Milwaukee in Wright Ballroom A at 0900 on Sunday, August the 28th, 2022. Brian Ruiz, Corporate Finance Controller, opened the meeting as staff liaison and informed the committee their nominations were in order for a chairman and a secretary. Gaither Keener, North Carolina, was elected chairman, and Carl E. Levi, General Levi, of Tennessee, was elected secretary by unanimous vote. George Lucier of Virginia made a motion to empower the secretary to deliver a report if the chairman was unable. Motion was seconded by Matthew Schuman, Arizona, and passed by unanimous vote. Reports were received from Paul Evenson, South Dakota, chairman of the Marketing Commission, and David F. Wallace, Virginia, chairman of the Media and Communication Commission. Gaither Keener reported that the 2021 consolidated financial statements, which you have copies of, was audited by Crown LLP, who issued an unqualified opinion, which means a clear, concise, no issue in our audit. The chairman introduced the National Treasurer, Sean Long, Indiana, who updated the Committee on the Economy. Treasurer Long completed his report with a recommendation for national per capita to remain at $18.50. Audrey James, California, made a motion to keep the dues at $18.50. The motion was seconded by Tony Betts, Louisiana, and adopted unanimously by a unanimous vote. Keener introduced Brian Ruiz, Indiana, to report on the financial position of this organization. A motion was made by Bob Skinner, Idaho, to empower the chairman and secretary to write and or amend the report on behalf of the convention committee. It was seconded by Kevin Owens, Oregon, and approved unanimously. George Lucier of Virginia requested permission to collect donations from the Convention Committee of Finance for American Legion charities, in which $1,000 was collected in the room. In other words, you couldn't leave till you left us some money. As being no further business, the meeting resets, subject to call of the chair at 10 a.m. Mr. Commander, as a duly authorized delegate of this convention, I hereby move this report be approved by the delegates.
I have a motion and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please by the usual sign of aye. Opposed, nays. The report of finance is adopted. Next, we will be accepting donations for the Veterans and Children's Foundation, American Legion Charities, and NEF. Those presenting check will please proceed to the microphone, announce the amount and donor, and then go to the front on the floor for photographs. While the photographs are being taken, I ask National Vice Commander Michael Matrone to assume the duties at the lectern. But first, I recognize Judge Vince Gong for remarks.
Thank you, National Commander Paul Dillard.
what I want to do is introduce you a little bit to what the Veterans and Children Foundation does. First off, we were formerly known as the National American Legion Endowment Fund, and now we're doing business as the Veterans and Children's Foundation. One of our functions is the Temporary Financial Assistance Award Program. This is an award given to military and veterans families with minor children living in the home. The grant provides a safety net to our military and veterans families with minor children who are experiencing financial hardship which threatens the stability of their home. In the last decade, the American Legion has awarded over $6 million in temporary financial grants to veterans and veterans' families. As the National Commander had said earlier, in 2019 alone, over 1,700 E5 and under members of the Coast Guard who are not deemed necessary employment employees who did not receive any salaries got the temporary financial grant when the federal government shut down, totaling over $1 million that the American Legion provided to these wonderful people. These grants allowed the active duty service members to feed their family and also provide fuel for their automobiles so that they could get to work and maintain their mission of readiness and so much more. Our other function is the service officers. In 2020, $14.25 billion was secured for our veterans alone by the American Legion Accredited Services Officer. Disability claims specialists from the Veterans Affairs Division at the Legion in 2021 processed over 1,600 disability cases last year, with an estimated 70% approved on approval, netting $77 million for our veterans. Now, the other thing that people don't know about, our national organization, the American Legion, hires a law firm in Washington, D.C., and they provide 15 to 16 lawyers that handle these appeals. And this is all funded through the Veterans and Children's Foundation. So that's how important this is, and thank you, Commander, for letting me give a little explanation about what we do.
Good afternoon. Hans Stockenberger, China Post 1. We're proud to present the National Commander for Veterans and Children Foundation a check for $250 and for the National Emergency Fund a check $5,000.
Steve Huseman, current president of FODPAL. I'd like to present for the Veterans and Children Foundation $860.
Department of Rhode Island donates to Veterans Children Foundation $500.
Furlick Carson Post, Central Falls, Rhode Island, post number 79, $500, children.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Team Georgia, in honor of Willie Pitts Jr., the most decorated Vietnam veteran from Georgia, past alternate NEC, past Department Commander of Georgia, we proudly donate $5,000 to the National Emergency Fund, and in addition, donate $5,000 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation.
On behalf of the Department of Ohio Charities, presenting a check for $10,000 to the National Emergency Fund.
Representing the Department of Michigan, we have the outgoing commander, Richard Dubay. We have past Department Commander, Brett Holt. And hiding back here is our state adjutant, Ron Runyon, and I am the commander, Marilyn Britton. We are donating $500 to the Veterans and Children and $2,000 to NEF. Thank you.
Lori Bowman, Department of Indiana, 10th District. We are donating $1,600 to the Veterans and Children Foundation. Thank you.
Kevin Motter, the Great First District, Department of OH. Contribute $200 to the National Emergency Fund.
Lloyd Woods, on behalf of the past National Vice Commanders, we're donating $500 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation.
Michael Murphy, the Department of Pennsylvania. With me on stage is our Department Commander, Craig Wilhelm. National Executive Committeeman, Michael Stelazio. Alternate National Executive Committeeman, Paul Kennedy. And our Department Adjutant, Woody Hogan. And we are donating $1,500 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation, in addition to what we already did, and also to a National Emergency Fund, $3,050 in addition.
John Evans Post, 42, Grand Canyon, Arizona, $1,000, National Emergency Fund.
On behalf of the great state of Arizona, our Department Commander, Michael Simon, and the home of past National Vice Commander George Cushing, Arizona presents $10,000. Would have been $10,020, but I can't seem to find that $20 that I lost. So.
Rich Haggard from the great state of Missouri, along with our Department Commander, Rose Noonan, and our immediate past Commander, Gary Grigsby. We have $5,232 for the National Emergency Fund. And to complete our commitment, 7-year commitment for the Veterans and Children's Fund, $48,788.31.
On behalf of the Department of Massachusetts, I'm Sally Nay Commander, our immediate past Commander Anthony Diaz, and Mitchell Keel, Commander of Post 125, who will make a separate presentation. We would like to present to the 1919 Society from the past commanders of the Department of Massachusetts a check today for $10,305.39, bringing our grand total for this year to $28,900.
And then I had used the 100 Miles for Hope to do my first big fundraising campaign, and we walked from our post in North Adams to a post in Sutton, Massachusetts, exactly 100 miles away. And during that weekend for the Veterans and Children Foundation, we raised $3,000.
Aloha from Hawaii.
Aloha.
Jim Hussey, the commander of the Department of Hawaii. I'm joined by the NEC, Francis Riddell, my adjutant, George Lecomte, and Sergeant at Arms, C.R. Drumheller. The state and family, Legion family of Hawaii would like to present a check for $2,613.76 to the Veterans and Children's Welfare Foundation.
From the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State, I'm immediate past Department Commander Brett Watson. On behalf of the Department of Texas, so far we've raised $11,760, but a big shout out to 3 of my posts, Post 133 Temple, $2,500, Post 294 Missouri City, $2,500, and Post 376 Van Alstyne. Thank you.
Frank Hilliard, Delegate Chairman for the Department of Virginia, and with me is the Department Adjutant, Dave Stein. The Department of Virginia proudly presents a check today for $16,913.41 from the Department Legion Riders. Along with other money donated to the VCF, brings the total for this year from the Department of Virginia to over $118,900.
Frank LaMarche, Chairman of the delegation from the great state of New York. With me is our Department Commander Dave Riley and our Adjutant Jim Casey. I have a donation to the National Emergency Fund in the amount of $13,596, and I have a check for the Legacy Fund for the amount of $6,410.
Doug Feltman, Department of South Dakota, birthplace of American Legion Baseball. With me today is National Executive Committeeman Jim Hulls, alternate National Executive Committeeman Denny Brendan, and we have a donation to the Veterans and Children's Foundation, $9,100.
On behalf of my wife Diane and I, $2,500 to the Veterans Children Foundation.
Representing Minnesota, I'm Past Department Commander Tom Fernland, our new commander Jennifer Havlick. We have our NEC Bill Barbnick, alternate NEC Peggy Moon, our past Department Commander and our Minnesota American Legion Foundation President Lloyd Ricker. And then also they'll be providing some additional donations, past National Sergeant at Arms Tom Schottenbauer and Pat Logan. But from the Department of Minnesota, we have a donation for the National Emergency Foundation for $8,490, and for the American Legion Veterans and Children Foundation, $10,000.
Post 282 in the Department of Minnesota for the Veterans and Children's Foundation, $10,000.
Pat Logan, Post 491, Bayport, Minnesota, and as you may or may not know, our past national commander, Dan Lugwood's a pretty big guy, so we got him a pretty big check for $25,000 for the Veteran Children's Foundation. In addition, we gave $10,000 earlier this year.
Hi, Mike. Don Weber, Department of Oregon, proud home of past National Commander Charlie Schmidt. We present $16,350 to the Veterans Children's Foundation.
Laney Culver, Commander, Department, Tennessee, the volunteer state. We have $4,000 for the National Emergency Fund.
Ron Price, I'm the Department Delegate Chairman. On my right, I have our Department Commander, Jim Jarvis, and on my left, Adjutant Strauss, Michael Strauss. And we, Department of South Carolina, are proud to present a check for Children Veterans Foundation, $2,612. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Fisher, Department of Illinois, and with me today is Jan Lipinski, Wayne Erickson, our NEC-man, and Roy Weber, our alternate. We have two checks. The first one is from Rogers Park, Post 108, for $10,000. Jan was a member there, and that post is now closed. And, pardon? I wasn't a member. Oh, I'm sorry. She was district commander. But that post is now closed. But both these checks will go to NEF. The second check is from the Department of Illinois, and that's for $15,711.50, or a total of $25,711.50. I also wanted to include, when Roy started as commander 3 years ago for the Department of Illinois, his special project was the Illinois Disaster Relief Fund. And I kept that on for my special project this year, and it's a program that's intended to provide small grants to our auxiliary, our sons, and our legionnaires. So it's just something we did locally, and it's, I think it's going to be a pretty popular program, but thank you.
Rick Susi, Delegation Chair, Department of Washington. With me is Department Commander Jim Cook. Department of Washington gives $750 to NEF.
Hi, I'm Dennis Duchamp, and this is Ed Richards, and we represent William M. Randolph, Post 593 in Converse, Texas. And on behalf of our post, we donate $500 to the National Emergency Fund. Thank you.
Wayne Parra, Department Adjutant from the Live Free or Die State, New Hampshire. On behalf of our membership, Department of New Hampshire, Commander Charlie Ackwell, Legionnaire of the Year for New Hampshire, Bernie Henry, would like to donate $1,000 to the National Emergency Fund. Thank you.
From the Green Mountain State, I'm the immediate past Department Commander Catherine Tester. Along with me is our Department Commander Tom Scanlon. And from the Department of Vermont, we'd like to donate $825 to the National Emergency Fund.
In addition to being the Department Commander and honored, I'm also a working Legionnaire. I'm an adjutant at a local post. And on behalf of Middlebury Post 27, we donated $1,000 to the American Legion Veteran Children's Foundation.
Hey, John. Hello, I'm Delegate Chairman Danny Dunn from the Department of New Jersey with my adjutant John Baker. We have a $39,525 donation to the VCF and $5,000 to the National Emergency Fund.
Representing legendary North Dakota NICE, I'm Dan Brown, Department Commander, and on behalf of the Legionnaires of our great state, I'd like to present a check for $1,000 to the National Emergency Fund.
Good afternoon. I am Antonio Arroyo, past Department Commander, and I have my Sergeant of the Arm and the Vice Commander Angel with me. We, on behalf of the Department of Puerto Rico, we are donating $750 for Veterans and Children Foundation.
Hello, my name is Terry Clinton. I am the immediate past president for the National American Legion College Alumni Association. And this is Dave Wallace, who is our newly elected president. On behalf of the Alumni Association, we'd like to present a donation to CVF in the amount of $2,500.
I'm Jim Chapin, past NEC man from the great state of Wisconsin. On behalf of my family, we are donating $10,000 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation. Thank you.
Wow. But that was one line I never did want to go away. I wanted to continue to be standing over there. Because the charity that I set this year for myself was Veterans and Children's Foundation. And you know, we're 286,000 away from making the 2 million, 286,000. So we can continue to give the rest of the week, and it'll be fine. But anyway, just today on the NEF fund was given $84,864, which is a total this year for $835,673.96 total for this year. American Legion Charities. The stage we gave $3,000. The total so far this year was $1,714,233.15. And really, I was looking that while ago. We just need $209,000 to get my charity. So remember that tonight, tomorrow. We can keep giving. The Veterans and Children's Foundation on the stage today, $216,514.46 for a total this year, $1,791,168.78 total for this year. So far this year, $4,341,075.89 to these three charities this year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I now call on the National Adjutant for any announcements.
There is a Veteran and Children Foundation booth in the back of the hall. It is an informational booth about the Veteran and Children's Foundation work and about the American Legion 1919 Society. I recommend that you visit the booth when you get a chance. It'll be here throughout the convention, and you will learn why so many generous donors strongly believe that our VCF is a program worth supporting, and you will also have an opportunity to have your name added to this list that will be showing at our meetings, and you can become a platinum, a gold, or a silver 1919 Society member, which will entitle you to a beautiful hat pin or lapel pin and a ribbon that you can wear around your neck. And like voting in Chicago, we encourage you to give early and give often.
Legionnaires, please join me in the salute to the flag of the United States of America. 1, 2. The time is now 3:18. The convention will stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Have a good evening.